School. Izaba. Kunjani? Mkhulu. Alright, zihamba njani?
Zihamba kahle ngisabhizi because lokhu njani leyo umsendele regarding
Morning, Gaston. Can you just check if we've got other members in the platform so that we can start?
Morning, Chairperson and departments. From what I can see, it's only yourself and Justice, Chairperson. We just check again. Yes, only yourself and Justice.
Okay, then I will propose that then we reschedule the meeting then for 10 to allow the other colleagues just to finalize their commitments this morning.
Thank you, Chairperson.
And apologies, colleagues that are on the platform.
Thank you, Chair. Supported.
Morning, colleagues. Can we start?
Morning, Chairperson. The members are not in yet.
Huh? What? Where's the salt? Did you put the thing? The lemon? The lemon? No, I don't have. So it means I have to eat it now. Right, thank you.
Chairperson, we can begin.
Good morning, colleagues.
Morning, Chair.
Chair, good morning.
Morning, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. We can start, and let's get to the agenda so that we can push. Okay, Secretariat, I'm assuming that we have a quorum now, so you can go ahead.
I'm here, Chair.
Chairperson, the first item is from Group Financial Services. It's item 1.1 GFS 03/2022-23, tender for supply, delivery, and offloading of safety boots, safety shoes, 3-year period as and when required.
Who's presenting the item?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the committee members. My name is Kaini Pofu. I'll be presenting this item. Chair, this is a further report. The item have served at the BAC and it was referred back. It was referred back for price negotiation. This is the without wasting time, Chair, since we are running out of time. This is the tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of safety boots and safety shoes for the city for a period of 3 years. Chair, I'll take the committee straight to where the issues are at page 103. This is where the further report starts. Going there, page 103. Chair, if you are at page 103, committees will realize this is where the consent of the BAC to say we must go and negotiate, and these are the items listed there. The companies that, for instance, on this bidder Bonram, it was item 1, item 2, item 6, and item 10. On RICS, it was item 8 and 11, and on Bernardine, it was item 3 and 6. On VAS, it was item 4 and 6. On Setlura, it was item 7, and then on Ramalepa, it was on item 9. Let me go straight to, if you can see there on page 103, Chair, that on Bonram, on item 1, the bidded price was 793. The negotiations, it came to 737.50. Item 2, it was 1,044. The negotiation, after negotiation, the price came down to 988 Rand 50. Item 6, it was 486 Rand 94. After negotiations, the price came down to 460. On item 10, it was 810. 810 Rand 75. After negotiations, it came down to 805 for Bonram. Then for the next one on page 104, for RICS, item 8 was 964 Rand 84. After negotiations, it came down to 954. Item 11 was 818 Rand 80. after negotiations came down to 700. Bernardine, item 3, it was original price, it was 750. After negotiation, it came down to 698. Item 12, it was 1,023.10. After negotiation, it came down to 1,000. Vast on item 4, it was 750.42 cents. After negotiation, it came down to 700. Item 5, still on Vast, it was 578 rand 93. It came down to 573 rand 70. Secluda on item 7, it was 249 rand. It came down to 247 rand 90. The last one, Ramalepe, on item 9, the old price was 862 rand 50. After negotiation, it came down to 815. The other issue that the BSC had said, it was to say DH must go and verify. Indeed, as you see, as enclosed chair, the DH did actually go and verify the samples. The verify the samples as stated up to page coming down there, yeah, up to page 111, at the bottom of 111. And from page 111, Chair, this is the new recommendation now that include the agreed prices that were agreed with the suppliers after negotiations. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. Then the committee, the report is presented for your decision.
Thanks, Kai. Comments, colleagues, questions?
From my search, I can't pick up anything amiss. I'm just going through the report just to confirm the further report. But I think this is one of those reports, I think that has complied with the requirements coming from the previous BAC. But just a sec, just to confirm some of the aspects here. Thanks. On 103, Chair, through you, just to correct, because I don't know whether the difference between on page 103, Kane, make reference to all price and agreed rate. Is it rates? I was speaking to rates or prices here. Is there no differences between the two? If you can just look at the bottom of the Bonram Talent Management item 1, 2, 6, and 10. All prices were, for example, 793 plus odds, and now it's 737 plus odds. But you see, referring to rates there, is it? Was it one of the issues that we raised for correction?
Through you, Chair, is just an error. It should be prices. Thank you. So sorry for that, members.
And maybe through you, Chair, Kane, you must also assist where you're indicating VAT inclusive. Is it all, let's see, in some instances, you don't indicate whether it's VAT inclusive. For example, item 3, the Bernardine, item 3 and 12, it's all prices and then the agreed price rate, the negotiated one. But you don't indicate whether it's VAT inclusive or not. But on the first column, on the first table, you indicate VAT inclusive, maybe just the consistency there. it could be some omission as well, just to correct the report. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, through you, Chair, yes, without wasting time, yes, it's it was an omission. All the prices are VAT inclusive, Chair. Yeah, sorry for the lack of consistent, but all the prices are inclusive of VAT.
So, okay, and if you also, through you, Chair, if you go to your recommendation, just to demonstrate with recommendation number 2, the bidder, Bernardine PDY Ltd. I mean, on the safety, black safety shoes, that's the description. So the unit price 968, and then inclusive of VAT is 698. So you just have to correct the figures there because they're not inclusive of VAT. I think it's very fundamental. You see where I am, recommendation number 2. You're saying the unit price per 698, and then the total amount, and you are indicating that it's inclusive of VAT, but I don't think the VAT has been added there. So it has some fundamental omissions that you need to address, not unless in others you have calculated VAT. You see, in some instances you did not calculate VAT. So that recommendation, obviously, that we carry. I mean, if you look at item 4, I mean, recommendation number 4, the bond RAM, talent management, same omission applies there. So I think it's quite fundamental. I mean, the omissions, and they are quite material in terms of the total amounts in your report. I mean, if they exclude VAT. So we just have to correct that as well, Chair, through you. Thank you very kind.
Can I just maybe ask, what was the basis for the negotiation, if I may ask? Why I'm asking that is because I'm gonna make an example about, let's say, item 4. You have bidders that their units price were lower than what was recommended. Maybe
Page, Chair. The page, Chair.
maybe I'm getting it wrong. And then what you're recommending, or your starting old price, it's in fact higher. I just want to check the basis for the negotiations, because maybe I'm getting it wrong. Ken, you can correct me. On page 61, we have bidder number 39 with a unit price of 615. And then when we go to your summary says for that particular bidder, your old price was 760, and now you've moved to 700. But there is one that so I'm in a meeting. Sorry, colleagues. Did you get that, Kane?
Yes, I think
Is it on page
we are
61,
referring to
Chair?
page 104, Chair.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's why I was asking you the basis for negotiations. Your starting point when you negotiate.
Yes.
Just give me an example of that particular item, considering that there are bidders that had bidded lower prices on that item.
I want to follow your submission. Which page are you at? There's page 61 and page 10 what?
No, I was looking at page 61. Kane says I must look at page. So on page 60, what is this page?
No, you're so right, Chair. Your observations are so correct. If just to throw the spanner in the works while you're checking the pages, if you look at page 100 for the same item, I think this is item 10. I just want to compare item 10 on the table, Kane, just to confirm whether the unit price is still the same with page 61. I think that's where the chair is coming from, because I want to do that comparison as well.
Yeah, can you clarify that? Even on page 50, 95, maybe explain to us the method of negotiation. Because even on page 55, 95, you do find a bidder where for the same item, they were bidding the unit price, it's lower than what you're saying was the old price.
I'm trying to compare, Chair. Just 1 minute.
Yeah, I see Ino's hand is up. Maybe he wants to help.
Ino's help.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Actually, I wanted to clarify what the member Shinyaga was saying earlier in terms of the VAT issues that the other bidders are, you find that they are not VAT, when you're not VAT registered, we don't include on the recommendation. But the price is on the right because of the way the pricing schedule is. As when you do the award, it need to be all inclusive of VAT. But if you check, it's 0 on the VAT, which means the bidder is not VAT registered on that matter. Thank you.
I don't see any other hands.
Thanks, Chair. On page 61, Chair, I want just to understand whether you're referring to the item 4 for bond RAM for 615.46. Item 4.
Ken, I was using that as an example. I did not check all the items, but if you go to page 66, that's for that trigger boots. If you go to
Yes.
page 61, yeah.
Yes. Okay. For that item 4, if you look at that one, the supplier that we negotiated there was for the ticker boots. Let me just go down to Ramalepe for item 4. Item 9, item 4.
Ken, maybe you can explain how did you do the price negotiation?
The price negotiation, the way how we approached it, we looked at all items, and each supplier on each item, where we asked the supplier to say, give us a discount, where we identified those where there were some anomalies. That's the approach that we actually did. Inos can help me here is also, yeah.
Chair, maybe just to simply respond in terms of how we did the approach. What happened is that the BAC recommended that we need to go and do price negotiation because some of prices, because we recommended 2 service providers per item. Some of the prices you find that they've got a bit of gap. So as we were doing this, and then what we looked at is that on that item, between the recommended, we use the cheapest or the lowest as our basis for negotiation on the recommended bidders. Then what was happening is that the other one, the second one that we see that there's a bit of distance in terms of the prices. They were the one that was invited for price negotiation. And then we indicated that, okay, we have got the basis. Between the two, we came with the basis. Let's say the cheapest one charge 500. From our side will come, we know that, okay, we agreed, we have got the basis of the other one that is cheaper, which is 500. Maybe the other one is 700. We say, yeah, in terms of your pricing, we feel that your price is high. And then we were willing that if we could negotiate it down. And the suppliers, then most of them, they requested time. They still came back to say, hey, we checked with the manufacturer, maybe from 700, we can only go up to 600, for example. That's where our basis was. And then we tried to even squeeze them. Some they still agreed to work done, but some they said no. We cannot go further. And then after that, after we agreed with whatever the amount of negotiation, then we request them, then they send it in writing, then we attached. Those were the basics because we were focusing, our basic price was the cheapest, but it was not all the item. It was those items that are indicated there to say, on this bidder, we negotiated this item. That doesn't mean it's the only item that the bidder is recommended, but we recommended we negotiate on that item because their price was a bit higher compared to the other service provider. That's the basis of the negotiation that we were doing. As the committee also instructed that the DA supply chain conduct the negotiation. That's how she used the approach to do that when she was doing the negotiation, and then it gave us this report. Thank you.
Chair, through you.
Yes, Gerald.
Can you? I want Kane to go to page 72, item 9 that we're making reference to on page 72. Let's go to item 9 on, I think not 72, page 73. Black ladies lace up shoes, female shoes for, let's see, this is 1.2, this is for Silura. The unit price was 1.2. And then when you go to the same item on page, and I think that will be Rama Labor, because I want to understand that rationale. When you go to Rama Labor charges 750. So with the question that and the information that we have submitted or what you have shared with us, using the two, Rama Labor and Silura, what did you use then as a negotiation price between 1.2 and if you go to page 1, I think it's page 103, it will take you to Rama Labor, who is essentially charging for the same thing for about 750 or rather 700 black ladies with 750 for the same item. So how did you then go about to, what was your basis in terms of negotiating the price there? Because I heard you are trying to respond, because I want to understand that part as well, Chair, through you.
Yeah, it will appear that they were negotiating at the basis for the negotiation was not correct. But they can explain.
Chair? Can I come through?
Yes, Innocent, please be specific on the items that we've asked.
Okay. Maybe just for clarity, because you were referring to page number 72. And then on page 72 is item 9. And if you go to page 99. Can you go to page 99? Are you there, Chairperson? Okay.
Sorry, I'm talking to myself. Page 95.
99, from 72 to 99. Yeah, just check page 99. I would just want to answer what the member Shinyanga was saying, because what is transpired here is that on the initial page 72, remember all the bidders that went through to the pricing. we capture all their prices. But when you do the price negotiation, remember we presented the report with the recommendation. But based on the recommended bidders, the BAC recommend that the tender go for negotiation based on the recommended result. So that one that you see 1.2 was not part of the recommended. The recommended on the same item, of which is item 9, is bidder number 5 and bidder number 39, of which is Ramalepe and Bonram. I don't know if that makes sense. If you check page,
I see what you have done, but I don't know if that is the correct basis for negotiations. You have the pricing of item number 9, for example. You've got different prices on item number 9. The other one charges you 700, the other one 800, the other one 900, irrespective of whether those bidders were recommended. But you've got pricing. So that should be your basis. Because then what was the point of price negotiations if we're not going to negotiate on the basis of the prices that are available for a particular item, irrespective of whether that was a recommended bidder or not?
Maybe just
Justice can assist us.
Okay.
Yes, Chair. I think you are asking a critical question, but let me just put what the regulation says here, and it could be an interpretation issue. Because what it simply says is that a supply chain management policy may allow the accounting officer to negotiate final terms of a contract with bidders identified through a competitive bidding process, provided that such negotiation does not do that. So what often we would do is that you would negotiate with the bidders that have made it to the final stage. In this case, there are those 2 bidders per item, as Enos referred to. So what I hear you saying is that in terms of considering the prices for negotiation, they considered the 2 bidders that qualified for that particular item. And I hear you saying maybe they should also have looked at the bidders that were disqualified for that item per se. The practice often has been, and I mean, it's not perfect because there's not really a guideline. We would focus on the bidders that have at least made it to 90-10. In this case, being the 2 bidders that were recommended. So I don't know if the other bidders made it to 90-10 or not necessarily. And maybe you could advise in terms of that. Over to you, Chair.
Through you, Chair. Don't remove that part, Justice, because I hear where Chair is coming from in terms of the methodology, because it becomes quite important. Because if you read precisely that vis-a-vis our practice, it's different to some extent. But I understand in terms of the swifting process, just to focus on those that have achieved that 90-10 process. But in terms of what is before us, it speaks about competitive bidding process. Identify through a competitive bidding process. It doesn't suggest that we must, of course, limit to only those ones that have been through the processes going forward. And the point that we are making is that it's practice, that we are applying as a city amid all what has been said in this respect, Chair. And I don't know. I mean, practice vis-a-vis what has been embedded in the policy, because it becomes important to take into account those 2 elements. Policy vis-a-vis what we can do in practice and how we can ensure that we are able to achieve as an institution a reasonable price. And that's the process, that's the question, Chair, that you were posing. Why only limit it to those guys that have been recommended through the stages, not the entire, bid moving forward? So I hear where Justice you're coming from in terms of practice vis-a-vis, because we'll have to tread very carefully in that space going forward, Chair. Thanks.
Yeah, but I mean, you are right in a sense that if we were appointing one service provider per item, how would you have dealt with this matter then? Because you're looking at two prices that are high, that are high. So your basis.
Can I just assist, Chair? And I mean, just to provide a bit of general clarity, not necessarily in this case. You see, the challenge we have is that with price negotiations, we don't really have a guideline per se in terms of how it should be done. It's really been, if I may say, trial and error in the absence of market. So what we would generally do is that you would look at the tender that you are handling, for example, and I mean, in the few that I had personally handled, we had then taken the average of prices of bidders that made it to 90-10. And then you would then take that average. If the user department feels it's probably too low or too high, based on their understanding, we would then still moderate it. And then you take the moderated figure and then use that as a negotiation basis. But yeah, I mean, I did not participate in these negotiations, but it seems what was done here, they simply looked at the two recommended bidders and then took the lowest scoring bidder or the highest scoring bidder, the cheaper one, as a basis for negotiation. And I think in the absence of guidelines, it really becomes difficult to say what they did was wrong or right. The only challenge I have then, therefore, Chair, is that I mean, they have done what they have done. Maybe what we need to speak to is future, because I'm worried that we may not necessarily recall bidders for renegotiations, having done what we have done now. Maybe just to provide a guideline for future negotiations to say, how should we probably do it in a manner that it ensures fairness and removes any level of bias at any stage. Maybe just to provide a bit of guidance, it might be useful for future purposes. In this case, it's been done. Unfortunately, I don't see us recalling bidders to redo it. It might not be professionally sound. I don't know. Over to you, Chair.
Someone's got his hand up. Other members, comments, questions? I can't see who's got their hand up. Tom.
I think member Justice has to some extent covers the angle which I'm coming from, and I'm trying to use the experience that we're observing across different aspects. That in most cases, we end up paying an arm and a length, Member Gerald, for the fact that we thought that it was in the best interest of the country for whatever we were offered from UGP. Only to realize now that that was a defunct aspect. Therefore, in negotiating, you negotiate with what is the available in the absence of a market price that you have been done. And I think that the BAC have been at pain, saying that going forward, all specs must talk about how to ensure that market prices are being factored in. prior, so that it can then becomes the basis of us negotiators to move forward in that fashion. I thought that it's important, but I also need to, through you, Chair, again, and I apologize, I didn't declare that I have no interest on any matter to discuss, and I will abide by the ACM regulation. Thank you very much.
Maybe Innocent must maybe refresh our memories in terms of how did the allocation considering the prices, because those bidders, all of these bidders where the prices are still different, were all recommended bidders. Maybe just refresh us as to how did you get to allocate different bidders for different items. One will think that if I use that example, let me see the example on that one. One will think that bidder number 39 should have been appointed for item 4. If I may put it that way.
Okay. Can I come through, Chair?
Okay.
Yeah. And maybe before you come through, just to also throw something so that you can assist in the report, because look in the recommendation. I mean, I take into account what Member Justice and this guy who's not related to this tender just spoke now from electricity, giving us input and guidance going forward.
The guy's name is Tom.
Was it Tom? Or was it? I couldn't pick up his voice, but I heard him mentioning my name. Okay, Tom spoke and gave us guidance in this respect. So if we were to look at recommendation number 1, for example, on it's page 111, you say the unit price for that item and services type of office shoes, unit price is 1,000, and clearly this chap did not register for VAT. It's fine, but I would have wanted to see what was the old price that we had prior to this negotiation, specifically attached to this item. For example, this item was bid by different bidders at 3,000. After negotiations, we went as far as getting it at 1,000. As part of the, just to demonstrate that indeed there was discount that we negotiated, but as it appears now, and it bears into account, takes into account what Chair is saying, it becomes a bit difficult for us to identify with your way of, negotiations. There might have been other bidders who would have fell within the cracks or that we couldn't identify, like the one that she has made reference to. Justice, thanks, Chair.
Can I come through, Chair?
Go ahead, Enos.
Okay. Thank you very much. Maybe just before I even went to where the Chair was saying, just to quickly respond to what the Member General is saying. If you go to page 101 at the end to 102, remember when you do this on that part, that's where we're doing the negotiation, looking at the bidders that were, as we said, we used the highest price quota. Highest price quota means out of all the bidders that went through to pricing, that supply is the cheapest, which means the other one are higher. So what happened is that on that item, you can see the highest point scorers on that item is those 2 bidders. And then when it's those 2 bidders, but when you go to recommendation, remember, recommendation was only based on the company, what is going to go onto the appointment letter, because this is the item number 12. So when you go to recommendation, obviously you will put the name of the company and only its price. But before then, we demonstrated the difference in terms of the prices with the other service providers. But based on that, during the BAC, the last time when we presented, BAC didn't note that kind of item as also working need to be negotiated. And also when we do when we're doing preparatory meeting before we called the suppliers with the DH for supply chain, and then that item, some items were not noted because the difference there between the two suppliers was not massive that it calls us to do the negotiation. So, for example, if you check on that page 102 or from 102, you will see that the difference is 23 cents, 10 cents. So those are some of the bases that we're using. That's why you see on top there, we indicated, so on this bidder, doesn't mean that bidder is only recommended for that item, but the item that was identified to be negotiated, we indicated under this company is this item number, so item number, so item, because there was a huge difference between the two service providers. That's just to give clarity. But when you go to recommendation, obviously, we'll put Enos in his pricing process.
Sorry, Enos, just to correct, it was not an issue of a huge difference between the two bidders. We were looking at the prices that were offered by all the bidders.
Okay, maybe it's the approach that the negotiating team took. Maybe I'm just mixing up. I'm sorry for that. Maybe I'm mixing up that content. But the issue is that when the negotiation was done, those are the issues that was looked at. And maybe just to continue to respond on the issue of allocation, I don't know if I understand you correctly, whether you mean when after awarding or after or when we're doing the
during the award. If you maybe can refresh how you awarded, so that then we can see why will why will you award? I think I made an example of, I don't know what was it, bidder number, yeah, let's say bidder number 39, ne? Why was bidder number 39 not awarded item 4, if I may put it that way?
On which page, Chairperson, because the report is long, so that
sorry, Chair, if I may assist Enos, Chair, because I think I have anticipated where we're coming from. Because in front of us, I've put the 90-10, and I think that's where we should start. If you look, for example, on item 1, this is their report, page 83. For item 1, this is the 90-10 table. So the highest scoring bidder here is 55, and the second scoring bidder is 39. And if you go to number 2, it's 55 and 39 again. Number 3, 39 and 4. Item 4, which is where the chair was giving an example, is 39 and 48. So in doing their negotiations, they focused on the recommendation. The recommendation was 39 and 48. So the price of 39 would have formed a basis for negotiating with 48, if I understood what Kane and Enos were saying on this item.
Yes.
Depending on the differences between the two in the individual items. So they followed that principle throughout.
So if that is the principle that they followed, then let's go to that particular item.
Item 4, okay. I'll leave this one here, Chair, so that you can just make a reference.
Chair can assist by mentioning the page so that we can follow.
If you go to page 39. No, go to page 94. Sorry, it's not page 94.
the prices for item 4, the original prices would be 95, 39 and 48.
I was looking at page 61.
Or 61.
Yeah.
Or that would give you the prices for all the bidders that went to 9010. So all the bidders that qualified for.
So for this item number 4.
Yeah, you had about 5 bidders that made it for this item, if I'm not wrong. Yes. So
Bidder number 39 was one of them, ne?
was one of them.
And the prices that he's offering at 615.
Yes. Aha,
And
there's an issue there.
then you go to the summary. Can that summary go page what?
103.
103. It's 103. Is it 103?
Yeah, here it is, Chair, on the screen, item 4.
And item 4, it's 700. Can you see?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the bidder in question was this one, Chair.
Can I clarify, Chairperson?
Oh, this is 9, yes. Okay, Enos, please.
Yeah, if you check on the same pages that you were saying, Chairperson, I agree, initially we said it's page 61. I just want to go to 61 quickly so that, okay, if you check, bidder number 39 is we use it as a basis. So when we use it as a basis, when we're doing the negotiation, but on that page that we are noting, it's not bidder number 39, that one. But our negotiation was basis for bidder number 39, of which is 750. But if you go to page 103 that we said, let me just so that maybe you can follow. On item number 4, the company that is the second highest point scorer, because 39 is the highest point scorer, is on the recommendation. We recommended it. The company that is the second highest point scorer is the Fast Protection Solution. Their old price that they quoted up there is 760.42. Then we negotiated down using the basis of bidder number 39, of which is 615.40. Then, but from their side, when they came down, we end up agreeing on 700. In other words, they couldn't agree to negotiate down to 615. They ended up, and then we tried to convince them. We ended up agreeing with them as a committee that was tasked that 700, that's how far low they can go. But our basis was 615, of which is for bidder number 39. But here we put the result of the company that we were negotiating with to say is this bidder, of which is Fast, and then we're negotiating with this one from 760, and then we end up agreeing at 700, which means it reduced from 760 to 700. That's how we did that. But the 39 is still recommended. So if you go to recommendation, you'll see it there because it's the cheapest and the highest point score.
The question is on which item, because we are speaking about the black safety chuka boot. Are they recommended on which item? And I understand your method. I understand your method. On which item are they recommended? Because where you were coming from on that page, they're not recommended there for this safety black chuka, isn't it?
They're recommended on item 4. Maybe let me just go to recommendation 2 so that the committee can.
So go to that page where you have the. So you're recommending 2 bidders.
Yes, Chairperson.
So the other one will still be charging 700 while the other one is charging 615. Is that what you say?
Yes, that's what I'm saying, Chairperson, because when we're doing the negotiation, the agreement from 760, we negotiated down using the basic of 615, but we end up agreeing 700, which means they were, because we can only negotiate down, we negotiated down 60 and something that we negotiated down. So we end up agreeing on 700, yes, Chair. But if you check, in terms of answering the recommendation one, if you go to page 115, the last column, you'll see item 4, black safety chuka boot. That is the recommendation. Is that on the recommendation, remember we put all the item under one company that is being recommended because it's going to go to the appointment letter as it is if it's approved. You can see that is under the same company, bidder number 39, item 4, with that price of
we don't see
115.
Oh, I thought we were flattening the report.
Oh, okay. Let me just.
Okay, but it's fine.
Flight. Can I flight?
We'll follow you. Yeah.
It's back. It's back. 115. You say, Yunus?
Yes, 115. If you check, that is the recommendation. That bidder 39 is recommended on that with that 615. It's just that from the name of the company is up because they didn't only qualify for only that item. They were not only recommended for only that item. They recommended with the other item up. If you go up a bit, you'll see the you can go up just this up again, up again. Yeah, you see. Bondram, that is the bidder number 39. So under Bondram, they were recommended for item 1. Go down, Justice.
And you must just correct, they're not bidder number 9, it's bidder number 39, you must correct there. But the principle is where Chairperson is coming from. Bidder number 39, which you must correct there, came to, I mean, their initial bid price was 615. So you are saying you couldn't go to 615. Why couldn't you go to 615 where you ended up with 700 and something plus odds to match the bid of bidder number 39, which is 615 for the same item? What could have been the gist of you not being able to go as far as 615 because you've got 615 as a basis, but you ended up at 700 plus? Why didn't you utilize that as a point of departure to say our negotiation price is 615? We are only interested to go as far as 615 because we've got someone who's bidding at 615 in this respect. You know we are negotiating. So I just want to understand from your side, what could have been the reason not going to that level of 615 where you ended up at 700 plus odds?
Okay. Okay, Chairperson, maybe just, what we do, remember when you're negotiating is two parties that negotiates. The initial price was at 760. And we tried to negotiate with the service provider to 615, of which the service provider in question, when we were negotiating, our negotiation, they went down until 700, while then they will give their own reasons of manufacturing amount and other stuff. Then they end up there, and then as the committee that was tasked with negotiation, we end up agreeing with them in terms of the how far they can go low. And the other thing maybe that I'm just going to the report to show you something maybe that we didn't highlight so that people should also understand when you do negotiation. I'm going to take you to the page, I think, where we were earlier. I think it's page number, if it's item 4, it's page number, that's that page again. Okay. Page number 95 again. If you check the true Chairperson, bidder number 39 is not VAT registered. Bidder number 48 is VAT registered. Let's just when we talk about the amounts, In other ways, it means bidder number 10 will not be paying tax. Whatever that they bought, you are not minusing any VAT. So when you look at the amount, their initial amount was 700, or 760. And in other ways, if we exclude the VAT amount, it was 661. Let's say because let's say we're negotiating the unit amount, which means we're supposed to be negotiating from 661 in terms of if you remove the VAT issues. That's the kind of negotiation that we had, because they were talking about issue of VAT and other stuff. The other one doesn't have VAT. If you remove VAT in all of them, you end up realizing that we negotiated to 600 actually. So those are the almost 600 or 605, I think, 605, 607, but less than 615. That's what the committee did, which means we negotiated to less than that. If we go to that contest, that the other one is VAT registered, that one is not. But however, we were also controlled by the service provider we negotiated with, of which they were on the recommendation, of which earlier we also explained the reason why maybe we decided to recommend 2 for each service, for each item, in terms of the, what we have most of the companies, saying they can't continue to deliver because they're underquoted. So we need to have, to be able to have the supply that you can be able to utilize. So those are the issues. Maybe, I don't know if that will give you a proper clarity that when you negotiate, remember, if on this item, these items are not even the same, because the other one is VAT registered, the other one is not VAT registered.
No, but you can also scroll down to 101. Scroll down to 101, because both of them are registered. Those ones under 101, they are both VAT registered.
Yes.
Yet, in terms of your final negotiations, you came to, I think you came to, what, 700? This is on item 11, I think. Yeah, you came to 700.
Yes, Chair.
Item 11, yes, we came to.
So item 11 is
700, yes.
Yeah, you
Actually,
came to. The question that I'm going to ask.
595. 900, yeah, okay, 700, yes, yeah.
Yes, so if you go to, if you scroll back to 101, go back to 101.
Yes. Next page.
If you scroll to 101, are you there?
Yes.
Yeah, you are there. You see the VAT issue is not there. So the other one will be supplying this particular shoes at 619. The other one will be supplying the same shoe at 700. Because this particular bidder number 55, you have negotiated him down from 818 to 700. Yes. Now my question is, why are we appointing 2 bidders? Why are we not just appointing bidder number 53? Because in all of these things, we're going to have a situation where the other bidders supply at this particular amount, the other one supplies at a higher price for the same item. Why do we want to appoint 2 bidders?
Okay. Can I come to Chairperson?
Yes.
Okay, one of the reason why most of the item tenders nowadays we always prefer or recommend more than one bidder. Even the spec says more than the city has got the right to recommend. It's whereas the committee always said that the market is important. In previous tenders that we had, especially on the almost the same item, we had service provider that was appointed but couldn't deliver because of the price. So now, in other tenders, it was working even better for us where you have got those type of, because we don't have a reason of disqualifying because we don't have a market, even though you could see from the face value that maybe some amount are low. You don't have the reason.
Yeah, but remember, part of this, if I may come in, part of this issue is that is this not the one where there was also a sampling that took place?
Yes.
Yes. So the divisional head would have gone on site to see the shoe and the sample, and they would have satisfied themselves with the sample. And therefore, there's no reason to doubt that that person who gave you a sample will not deliver. Then why do you still want to go and appoint someone else for a higher price? Gerald, come in before Ines.
No. Your observations are correct, Chair. I mean, I wanted to really undermine that tax issue because I know that in some instances, and you pointedly correct. I mean, because you are creating essentially an issue for the institution going forward with the price adjustment at a later stage for the same bidder who bid now a very lower price, knowing very well that there's another bidder for the similar item who bid, more than what they bid. So it becomes then a quagmire at a later stage. So I don't get the rationale. Why two bidders? Why two bidders? Why can't we, in the light of our fiscal condition in the institution? Because that we must take into account, colleagues. We can't undermine the fact that we just have to try to be frugal given our financial position moving forward. How do we go and qualify that there's two bidders with a huge variance that we are appointing for a same item? How do you qualify it going forward under the circumstances that we find ourselves in? Because I don't get the gist through you, Chair. Why? I don't get the answer. I have not yet received that answer. I mean, it still applies to the same one that we spoke to, who's VAT registered, the other one is not VAT registered. The principle is still the same, So we have to be consistent in our posture so that when we make recommendations at this level, we are seen to have done that due diligence from a financial perspective. But with this, Chair, I'm very uncomfortable because I'm not yet been convinced why two bidders with different prices for the same item or similar item. Thanks, Chair.
Ines, you can respond. Why two bidders, if I may? Kane, assist.
Yeah, Chair, if I may just try and put my point there. Chair, we know in the city, we actually know the situation that we are right now when it comes to even the cables, to say the danger of appointing a bidder and the bidder fails. It's actually put the city in a very precarious situation that would rather try and renegotiate so that the bidders can give us the similar price than appointing one bidder, which at the end of the day, the supplier stops supplying and you find the city in a very difficult situation, like what we are right now with the cables of just putting those eggs in one basket. The city have got an experience of that firsthand.
Hey, Gerald.
No, Chair, we can't compare apples and oranges. We are not talking cables here. We are just talking mere elegant boots or shoes. We are talking to shoes here. What is before us, and I think we cannot find ourselves in a situation where whoever has been appointed find it difficult for them to provide that. So if the chairperson wants to suggest a backup candidate, or backup bidder in this respect, the report must refer to that, given the price variance that we are confronted with here, you know. So I think that's the point that we are coming from, Kane, to say, I mean, given 538, excluding VAT, and 712, I mean, the variance is massive. It's massive over the period of time, you know. It can result into difficulties going forward. So we're not getting the gist. We're not speaking to cables that Tom's deals with here. You know, we're speaking to black elegant court shoes, speaking to shoes here. So the example must be relative to the shoes that we are talking about in terms of delivery here. And I note what you are saying, that yes, we had experiences where our stock items were not available in inventory and all those things. But here we're talking to shoes, and the example must relate to what we are confronted with here in terms of why 2 bidders, not 1. Why not backup candidate? You know, was it there in the specifications or not? You know, so those are the things that we must just try to assist one another with to get answers to, because we don't want at a later stage we are confronted with these questions and then we go back and say, no, the BEC must be the one to give answers in this respect. So we are putting this submission before us. I don't even see the superior logic in terms of 2 bidders with huge price variances that are before us that we need to appoint in this respect for shoes. My emphasis, Chair. Thank you very kind.
Can I then ask that maybe before you respond, colleagues, that what is stopping the city from appointing the 2 bidders with the price that we offer them? And then if the other bidder doesn't want that price, then we cannot appoint them. We determine to say this is the price that we're going to appoint for item 6. This is the price that we are prepared to pay as a city for item 4. Is there anything wrong in doing that? We still appoint 2. If you think that you're not going to be able to deliver bidder number whatever with this particular price, then we still have a bidder that can deliver. What is stopping us from doing that?
Chair, through you, I've put on the screen the clause in the spec on market analysis.
We've seen that clause.
Yeah, but Chair, I think just to summarize what I see there, it's actually somehow consistent with what you were suggesting we do now. Because it simply says that the city will accept what it regards to be market. If we are not getting joy with the second bidder, we can go to the third. So I think I would say let's recommend the 2 at the price of the highest scoring bidder. And then if they don't accept, they decline, then we can review if we appoint the third one for that price. Because I think there's already an issue around these services, if I heard correctly. So to refer it back to renegotiations, it might take long. So we recommend at the price of the highest scoring bidder, and then it's up to the bidders to accept or decline. And then when they decline, they can do a further report to recommend the third ones. So I would say let's move forward like that in line with what you're saying, because I think this clause basically support what you're saying.
Okay, no, sorry, Justice. You know, I thought that you're gonna come up with that clause. Remember that one that says if you did not do when you advertise, you did not indicate the market analysis, then you can bring that in after evaluation. Enos, can we recommend it like that?
Yeah, yes.
Can the report be amended?
Yeah.
On all the items. So we recommending both bidders, as you've indicated, with the price of the highest scoring bidder.
Yeah, it's the committee, the BAC decide, Chairperson. There's no objection from my side.
Well, there's no DH here. This is members of the committee. You need to be able to say.
No, we support that, Chair.
Is-
We support
It
that.
is, we support, Chair.
Okay. As amended, colleagues.
As amended, Chair.
Amended.
Justice, you still have your hand up.
No, legacy and sorry.
Okay, colleagues, we can move to the next item.
We're moving to item 2, Chairperson, 2.1, Energy and Electricity Further Report, EED 10, 2022-23. Tender to appoint service providers for the supply and delivery and offloading of ring main units, 3-year period as and when required.
Chair, I'll present this one. You might recall we attempted to discuss it last week, Friday. Maybe before we proceed even to this one, on the previous one, Chair, there are bidders that are non-compliant tax-wise. Please, let's give them 7 days to comply. That amended requested, Chair. Or further amendment. Member Shingange would say.
Someone take files in. We put the 14, but another bunch of files.
Chairperson? Chairperson, can you hear me?
Looks like the chairperson's thing is frozen. Just
Oh.
give, yeah.
Mr. Ratupetan,
Yes.
I don't think Mr. Malaka and Coco are in. I don't see them on my side. And if they're not, you can't recuse yourself to present.
Oh, on this one. Okay, we may have to skip it until one of them is in.
Yes.
Sorry, colleagues, I was talking to myself.
Ooh, sorry, Chair. Yeah, I was saying on that item that we just resolved on, Chair. I've noted a bidder who is non-compliant. So I was requesting that we give them 7 days to fix their tax matters.
Bidder number?
I think that 39, Bonram is 39, right? Yeah. They are non-compliant. Yes.
Did you check the others?
Yeah, the others are compliant.
Okay, all right.
What we have in the folder is today's status, so it's just that one, Chair.
All right, as amended, we can move to the next item.
Yeah, Secretary has just suggested that we skip this item they read until we have an additional member in the, because I did the price negotiations on this one, I needed to present it. Maybe let's go to the
we
next
don't
one.
have all the members.
Yeah, some are not in yet.
Okay, all right. And this is the one that is agent, isn't it?
Yes, it is. We just need one more member so that I can present it.
Yes.
Okay, let's move then.
Okay, Chairperson, we're moving to item 2.2. It's EED 11, 2022-23. Tender for the corrosion protection, painting of steel lattice towers of City of Tshwane power line as and when required basis for the period of 3 years.
Chairperson, can I come through?
Yes, you can.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think earlier I didn't declare. My name is Inos Ramon, Chairperson of the BEC that was evaluating this tender, and then I declared that I do not have any personal interests on the matter to be discussed. I'm here to present this in the 11/2023. It's a cancellation report for the tender for the corrosion protection of steel lattice tower of the City of Tshwane under the 2 kV power lines as and when required for 3 years periods. From the next page, you'll see the spec was approved on the 2nd of February 2022, advertised on the 28th of October 2022, closed. And then if you can check the Chairperson, maybe just to fast forward from the next page is the specification. Where we received, you will see on page 12, we received 11 bids. We listed them there. There was no late bid. And on page 14, all the bidders were subjected to pre-compliance. And then there was no one that was disqualified based on that. And then on page 15, there is admin compliance that we did. Then on page 16, the 5 bidders did not make it to the next stage or disqualified. And then on the next page, we did the mandatory for the 6 bidders that went through. After doing the mandatory requirements on page 19, you will see that all the bidders were disqualified other than mandatory. Then we put the recommendation there that it was recommended that the BEC on its meeting held on the for EED 11/2023 recommended cancellation for this tender due to the no acceptable tender received. And the committee that resolved as follows: that the end user department should review the mandatory requirement and relax them so that the bidders can be able to quote. All at the moment, there's no bidder who qualify on the mandatory, hence it's non-responsive. And that also the tender be re-advertised for 14 days after the BEC approval. Thank you, Chairperson. The cancellation report is presented.
Comments, colleagues?
A small observation, but I think the report is fine. Where you say the mandatory requirement must be relaxed, I think I take it that it was in line with the user department in this respect, owing to the fact that you didn't want them to compromise quality because none of the bidders met the requirements. So if you can just confirm that. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Chair, I think maybe we just used the problem is the wording there. Maybe it should probably relaxed if it's possible. I think to say should be relaxed. I think what we were trying to say is that the mandatory should be reviewed, because if all the bidders, no one went through, if we can check the way we did it, it means either the service providers don't understand the mandatory, or either there is the majority of people that saw the tender didn't have the requirement. So that, or maybe the requirement is not practically to do. So I think the wording should be maybe probably be relaxed. Thanks.
Tom.
Tom. No, thanks, Chair. As I said, I have no interest in the matter to discuss. So I want to put it on record that we are not going to do what Inosi said in this BEC. We won't relax the requirement. What is required from the department is ensure that during compulsory briefing sessions, clear of what is expected is attended to. We're not going to go to a substandard Inosi. Whereas as long as I'm acting in that department, you won't find any relaxed requirement to give me a substandard. You know, I've got already one tender that you recommended or appointed. They don't even know what is that they're supposed to be doing. They won't do that. The department won't. That must not be even entertained. The issue that there's no acceptable tender. The department, together with supply chain, must ensure that the mandatory briefing sessions are attended to clarify what is the required in that fashion. Thank you very much.
All right, colleagues, I think we are all agree. As recommended.
As amended, Chair, from the user department.
Compulsory
user department, Chair.
Yes, agreed.
All right, thank you. Moving to the next one.
Another member has joined. Chairperson will go back to 2.1. It's a further report, EED 10 2022-23, tender to appoint service providers for the supply, delivery, and offloading of main units, 3-year period as and when required.
Go ahead, Justice.
Actually, I think the further report is on page 40. If I recall, I'm opening the document. Let's just go to page 40 quickly. Yeah. Members with me, right? Can I proceed? On page 40, we just referring to the fact that the report served on the 9th of March as a referral back from the office of the CM, and then the BAC referred it back to SCM and the BEC to conduct price negotiations. This is in line with the resolution. Following on this resolution, a meeting of the price negotiations committee, including SCM and the user department, met with the recommended service providers on the 13th of March. In this meeting, we just gave a legislative basis for price negotiations, and then we requested bidders to reconsider their prices as submitted. And in that meeting, the bidders then responded. They gave us 2.5%. In general, the three, I think, one did not. One Brunel offered us 3.3%, while Lutak, a consultant, did not offer because they then indicated that the bid price that they had submitted was already a highly discounted price. and as a result, they could not give us a further discount. The bidders' representations or submissions are attached in this folder. I hope members have had the opportunity to go through them. But maybe I could just show members briefly why the BEC found that, the negotiating team found these discounts reasonable, because I think the last time I tried to show that, I may not have, you may not recall exactly what we showed you. I'm trying to get to the price analysis spreadsheet that we had done for this bid. Quickly, I'm going to put it on the screen, members. I see it wasn't brought forward into this, still opening. In the same bid, we had manufacturers who had submitted prices as well, which made it a bit easy for negotiations. Because then what we did is we had done an analysis and gone. Can members see my spreadsheet? No. Not yet. Okay. On the screen, there's a spreadsheet. If you look at this spreadsheet, for the items that were recommended for negotiations, we had 3 manufacturers: T-Good, Ectom, and then Roslin electric manufacturers. And this was the range of prices. So depending on which manufacturer is being used, these bidders would have submitted their prices. For example, these two, Zitazest, Euromaro, and Wealthy, gave us 2.5 discounts across the board for the items that they are recommended for. If you look at Brunel, they are only recommended for one item. They gave us a 3.3% discount. If you look at the 325, they are possibly using the manufacturer, one of these 2 manufacturers there. And then which one? Lutag refused to give us a discount for their items. They said their prices are already highly discounted, and if you compare it to the others, you would see that they are indeed slightly lower. So here we got a 2.5 discount, a 2.5 discount. So having looked at this spreadsheet and what the bidders had said, the committee then felt we needed to accept the prices. The only other issue, if you recall again, in the previous meeting, the DH raised an issue around a bidder that might have had problems. So we put a note to BAC, and we were saying that we wanted BAC to note that Wealthy JT Brothers is the current service provider appointed for the supply and delivery of cables in the city, which is not related to this bid, and that between December and February, there were performance-related concerns noted by the city, which led to a notice of non-performance being issued against the service provider on the 31st Jan. In response, through their lawyers, the service provider objected to the notice and demanded its withdrawal, citing non-payment as the main reason for their poor performance. In a meeting with the service provider, it was jointly agreed that on payment, services will fully resume, and since then, the service provider has improved and is delivering according to orders. The Director of Logistics Management has confirmed the above developments and is satisfied with the performance of the service provider. So this note was put here in response to what the DH raised in the meeting on Friday, just for BAC to note that there has since been those developments. So again, just to re-emphasize, the recommendation was to do negotiations on those items, and we have accordingly done that. And if you look at the bidders' responses, Lutag was affected by 8. They refused to they said they cannot give a discount anymore. Zitazest, gave their discounted 2.5%, Euromaro, 2.5% as put there. And then Brunel gave a 3.3%. Wealthy gave a 2.5% for those items. And we therefore are recommending that for these items, these bidders are then recommended in line with the revised prices following price negotiations. And the recommendation that has been captured herein captures the discounted prices as offered by the bidders. So that is in brief the outcome of the price negotiations that was done. And we therefore putting the report forward for finalization by BAC. Over to you, Chair.
Comments, questions, colleagues? Can we get a comment from COO? Is he in the platform? Questions, comments? So, Justice, the only thing is that I can't pick up anything concerning the rest on how you dealt with this. However, I think we must, we cannot recommend bidder number 5. The bidder number 5. We'll have to wait for the finalization of the investigation that is taking place. Is it bidder number 5? No, it's bidder number 47. Where there's investigation taking place regarding bidder number 47. So we'll have to wait for that investigation to be concluded before an award. Any other comments, colleagues? Go ahead, Justice.
I think we should just be specific in our reasoning why we not recommending. So we're saying the investigation in relation to other services.
There's a probe into this bidder that is conducted by GAR. So we'll have to wait for that. We'll have to wait for that investigation to be concluded. We have to wait for the outcome of that investigation, and then we can appoint. We're not saying he should not be appointed, but it has to be only after the conclusion of that investigation.
Chair, Tommy, can I get an understanding also? This service provider is currently providing services. Why do we still continue with them with current services if there's this outstanding matter? 1, 2. If, for example, you don't want them to be, why don't you recommend and then advise through your office as the chair and the city manager that their recommended letter does not go out until the outcome of that aspect. But the report should be able to cover those areas.
That's what we say. So the rest of the bidders are recommended, except one pending the outcome of the investigation. I see someone has got his hand up. Stevens.
Chair, yes, thank you very much, Chair. My name is Stevens Notwani, Group Head, Water and Sanitation Department. I declare that I don't have any personal interest on the matter under consideration, and also declare that I'll abide by the rules and regulations that governs this forum. Chair, I think Tom has partly covered me. I wanted to share an experience. We had a similar situation before. Initially, I would have said, let's remember the principle of innocent until proven guilty. And I think that's what we are saying. In our case, the probe came back with the service provider being declared innocent. And meanwhile, but these things can take some time, more than 2 years in some instances. And then you deny an innocent person an opportunity to continue with the business. So in our case, luckily, the accounting officer at the time allowed the appointment of the service provider because they were innocent until proven guilty. I thought, let me share that, give that to the PC whilst we make a decision, just to have that consideration. Thank you, Chair.
I think the department agrees to the way forward on this thing. From where we're sitting, we don't know the investigation, how it's gonna turn out. So on the basis of that, we cannot preempt what is going to happen to the investigation. Gerald and then Justice.
No, you have slightly covered me, Chair, because I think because before what we have before us here, as part of the report, was the issue around performance by the same bidder, which have since been resolved in terms of page 41. What you are referring to, Chair, because it's quite important, we cannot, on the basis of what has been investigated, because I'm not privy to the terms of reference of that investigation. So you're correct. I mean, to be more cautious in terms of the posture that we take at BAC, we have to really understand the nature of the investigation that is undertaken in that respect. For example, if the investigation was more about mismanagement and misrepresentation, as an example, I'm using that as an example, it's a serious matter. So as BAC, we must be privy to that, before we can meaningfully take a decision. But in the absence of that information, because I take it that you are the only person who's privy to that, because from what I've read in the report, I don't see anywhere where they're making mention or where mention is made of GAR investigation. But I'd want us to indeed, under the circumstances that we find ourselves, Chair, to be quite cautious in terms of what we recommend going forward. And I would gladly want us to maybe carry a recommendation that will speak to the GAR process for them to be able to assist in fast-tracking this thing moving forward for the reasons that the other colleagues have spoken about. I mean, I'm not referring to the issue of innocent and until proven guilty. I don't think that concept would apply here if there's an investigation. We just have to be cautious in our posture going forward, given that you are privy to the information that is not before us as the BAC. So I would want us to carry a recommendation that says GAR should fast track whatever investigation they are busy with. Of course, we cannot close our eyes to the information that you've got before yourself in terms of what has been investigated and want to proceed, after you have sensitized us about the investigation that is underway, Chair. So I thought it's important just to register that from the BAC side, because you have brought this information to us. It's a very important and serious information that you are bringing to the BAC, which is not captured in any report. And I want us to take that information into account moving forward, not appear or discuss this matter as if there's nothing that is happening since you have brought it before us. So it cannot be ignorance going forward. You brought this information before us, and I want us to be very circumspect in terms of our recommendations going forward. And note it as part of the recommendation to say we would suggest that DR fast track this information, but until such time we get this information, I'm not going to be willy-nilly supporting something that we have brought before me and say it must proceed on the basis of a principle of innocent until proven guilt. It doesn't apply in this case. It's the information as a Chair that we're bringing before us, Chair, and I take note of that information, Chair. I just wanted to underscore the point that we have raised, Chair. Thank you very kind.
Tom in Justice.
Chair, that's why I said, and I'm not. I know that it's a tax-related aspect because it comes from impact this aspect. But the point I'm raising that you have a scenario when this matter, and this service provider is currently doing business with the city, and we are silent about that aspect. And we want to deal with it, not going forward. We'll say no, but the current supply of cables must continue with the same people that we are saying no, you cannot give them an opportunity. That's a double standard. And I thought that in one of the issues, if that's the case, if there's a post, it's either that even on the other service that they are currently doing, it must be put on hold until the outcome of that JR investigation. So even on this aspect, we also subject to the same principle in that fashion.
I will agree with you, Tom, through you, Chair.
Justice.
Yeah, I thought we should just refer to regulation. And I've put regulation 38 on the screen for members to see. And it speaks to combating of abuse of SCM system. And it speaks to under A, take all reasonable steps to prevent such abuse, investigate allegations of whatever, I think, which is where we are in this case, as you're referring to the investigations. Database, the bidder is not listed there, is not blacklisted. And then, of course, it speaks to the other two, rates and taxes. And then if you look at E, and it says any of the directors has committed corrupt or fraudulent act in competing with the contract. So, and then you can then cancel a contract if such are established. So I think if you look at the regulation, really, I think it limits us in this case because we are at investigation stage. So I would support Member Shingange in saying that in this recommendation, let's rather note the investigation and as referred, and then request GAR to fast track their processes. However, we recommend the bidders and then we wait for the outcome because at the point where the outcome of the investigation is done and we find that there is a problem of whatever nature, we can then come back and apply 38F and we cancel those contracts accordingly. Should there be a negative finding in relation to what is cited here. But as of now, we may be found wanting because we are preempting the outcome of an investigation and naturally blocking or disadvantaging, as a result, disadvantaging a possible service provider. I'm not a lawyer, but I just feel that such a decision may be preempting the outcome of an investigation. and may not necessarily be consistent with statutes of the country. So that would be my submission. The safest option is to note, request GAR to fast track, and then wait for the investigation to be finalized, and then we can then take an appropriate decision at that point. My submission.
Justice, I'm confused. Are you saying that we should not be awarding this tender?
No, Chair. I'm saying we should recommend it for award. In the same recommendation, note the fact that there's an investigation on the bidder as cited, and then request GAR to fast track their investigation. And then that once the investigation is finalized, then we can review. I mean, once there's a sanction, we can then review all the contracts relating to the service provider in line with the finding that GAR will find. I think that way would have been safe. Chair.
Can we get legal comments?
Yeah, through you, Chair, I think it's important to also get legal comments in this respect, but I think the main role player, bearing in mind what Group Head Tom has raised on the current services that are rendered by the same service provider. So perhaps what we can also do from our side as a BAC, just to demonstrate the due diligence that we've undertaken, we request also GAR, to update us specifically on this service provider moving forward, because I can assure you, Chair, as natural people in terms of our legislation, we ought to be seen to be, as this committee for that matter, we ought to be seen to have really done a thorough due diligence in this respect, having received an information from you, Chairperson, on the investigation that is underway. So let's also throw it back to GAR to give us comments on this report, specifically on this service provider in terms of where they are at on their investigation, so that we can achieve precisely what Member Justice is saying, that we should not necessarily delay, or prejudice other service providers, but we cannot turn a blind eye on this as this committee, given that these guys are working elsewhere, and as a result of that, we should also continue to do the same. No, we don't. We do our thorough due diligence, and one of the due diligence that we are doing in this case is that legal and GAR comment on this report, so they guide us in terms of where they are at with their investigation going forward, Chair, and so that we are able to take a meaningful decision, Chair. Thank you very kind.
Colleagues, I thought this report was agent, and therefore we will recommend the report with the issue of the jar. But the rest of the other service providers are not subjected to an investigation or probing that is taking place. So why are we now wanting this report then to be delayed? I don't have a problem in referring the report back, but I thought this is one of those reports where we were told that they were agent. So you've got 5 bidders. The other one might not be tax compliant. Now, the whole process must stop because of one bidder.
Through you, Chair, maybe just to paraphrase what I said earlier on, I was just enriching what Justice was saying to say, furthermore, we're speaking to a bidder here, not all of the bidders. We're speaking to a specific bidder in this respect. Yes, the process must continue, given the agency of what the department concerned deals with. We're not going to stop that, but we are speaking to only a bidder in terms of the investigation that is underway, Chair. So that's essentially the submission that I was making, just to enrich what Member Justice was saying. Chair, I'm not just generalizing in terms of referring the report back. I mean, we'll be definitely assaulting the processes that the lead department has to undertake in terms of service delivery in this regard, Chair. Thank you very much.
Right, I saw a hand from Liga Minki. Can you assist?
Thank you, Chair. I think Mr. G as well as Justice have covered me, Chair. It's a matter of indicating in the recommendations that we are taking forth to the CM to sign, to indicate that there is this particular service provider who has an issue in 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's a pending investigation in relation to that. And that on its own does not disqualify him. However, await the finalization of the investigation that has been done by Gache. I just thought I would just add up on that because Justice and Mr. G have covered me. Thanks.
And I'm going to ask someone to craft that particular recommendation. I'm not hearing two things within that particular view. Tom?
Through you, I thought that member justice have tried to assist the committee. You recommend the services with the proviso that of what the regulation provide for, because should the outcome of that investigation fund either way, it means that it does not only deal with this tender, it deals with all services that this contract and blacklisting across. For that proviso of number F, provide for cancellations of that particular aspect. And that's why I said, in my view, I think that justice has got a very good resolutions towards that aspect that recommend to the accounting officer the service providers, and therefore provide those guidelines on noting that the outcome of the GIR will then determine whether we apply the regulations F in terms of how we remedy the situation. Thank you very much.
Okay, noted. As amended, colleagues, what is that, Justice, that part?
It's regulation 38 F. Because we're saying should the outcome be negative for the service provider, then we will apply regulation 38 F. Not only to this, to the investigation, but to all those, because then it means there's a corrupt whatever finding or GR will come to.
So if I understand what you're saying is that you still go ahead and appoint, the service provider.
Yeah, I'm saying if you
then
recall,
knowing that there's an investigation, because you don't know what the outcome of the investigation. So
yeah,
you
but
award. Is that
in the same recommendation, we request GAR to fast track the investigation, because we're acknowledging the fact that there's an investigation. It must be fast tracked and finalized as soon as possible. And then should the outcome be negative, then regulation 38F will then be applied as a remedy to the situation.
Okay. As amended, colleagues? The colleagues are silent. Okay, can we move on?
Yes, Chair, as amended.
The next item, Chairperson, is item 2.3. It's USDEE 50 2022-23, tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of street light luminaries to the city of Tshwane on an as and when required basis for the period of 3 years.
Chairperson?
Go ahead, Justice.
It's
Yes.
Enos. Yeah, Chairperson, I will request to withdraw this item, of which is 2.3 and 2.4. There is a discrepancy on the report that I noticed that I think they are important, so should not be part of the report. I need to correct that, and then I will present 2.5.
So 2.3 is withdrawn.
And 2.4.
2.4. Okay.
Yes.
All right, we can go ahead.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Chair. I already declared earlier, and this is due 21, 2022, 2023 tender for the supplied, delivery, and offloading of low voltage cable accessories and when required over a period of 3 years. On the next page, you will see that the specification was approved on the 30th of September 2022. Advert was on the 1st of 11, 2022, and closing the 2nd of December 2022. And then we received 53 bids on this tender, and then the tender has been extended until the 1st of June 2023. From the next page is the specification, Chairperson. And then if you go to page 6, you will see the stages of evaluation, admin compliance, local content and production, mandatory requirement, and preference point. And then you move to page 19. You will see the list of bidders that were submitted on time. We listed them there. And then after that, we did the CST compliance, check the information for the CST. And they were not disqualified on the CST. From there, we go to admin compliance. We captured the information in terms of the admin, and then the 70 bidders were disqualified. Page 24. Page 24 were disqualified. So on the administration, we indicated the reasons on the far right column. After that, we go to local content and production. The requirement is 90% in terms of the local production. And then the following bidders complied with the local content. We listed them there. It's about 27 of them. They complied and went through to the next stage, which is the mandatory requirements. Under mandatory requirements, we indicated the result of what we were evaluating on the mandatory. And out of that, 21 bidders were disqualified for not meeting the mandatory requirements. We listed all of them there. And we're left with 7 bidders that complied with the mandatory, of which is bidder number 40, bidder number 35, 32, 37, 32, and 17. And those bidders were taken through to the next bit, of which is the pricing. And then this tender chairperson is awarded per item. Then we indicated the 90/10 for all those items that are under evaluation. And then from page 28 until page 31. On item number 7, we indicated the highest point scorers with their registration numbers. And then on the next page is the recommendation chairperson. So on the recommendations, it recommended that bidder number 2 be recommended for the following items on the standard. Item number 2, item number 4, item number 7, and item number 8. And bidder number 3, Sakaro Trading, be recommended for item 3, 7, and 8. And bidder number 35, Master Jam, be recommended for item number 1, 4, 5, and 6. And then on this specific chairperson, if on the spec you check above on the spec, on the section, there's 2 sections. Section A is awarded per item, but section B is awarded as a whole. So this bidder is also recommended for section B, of which those are the claims as a whole. And then the next one is bidder number 40, Mutalamo Logistics and Projects, recommended for item 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6, and also section B as a whole. The committee decided to recommend to service provider per item. The report is presented, Chairperson. Thank you.
Questions, comments, colleagues?
Just an observation, Chair. Just want to go there just for insight. I'm looking at that bidder number 17, Tenga Holdings. In all their bids, they're the ones in the main. If you look, they're going into the thousands. Just want to see, I mean, the year it's 17 and 37 under item number 5. And then the rest, I think, if you average, I mean, they are more or less the same. Is there no prospects of under coating or something here? Just because I don't know what kind of this equipment the group head would know better in in terms of pricing here in the market, given that, I mean, if you look at 17 and 37, I mean, they are going away from the prices that were given by some of the bidders here. Just that observation, Chair. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ines.
Okay. Yeah, Chairperson. Yeah. As the member, the observation is made, but if you check as he said, the other 5 service providers, their prices were very competitive. And from where we are, from our observation, we came to conclusion that those are the prices that should be recommended. Because if we check, the tender obviously was advertised, but if you have got the majority agreeing on the same price, and also from the previous experience, you may just check or they are within. But the other ones, two prices, they are way away. And these things goes with also the sizes, Chairperson. Because you can even go to the next one, you will see the next item, you will see, because it goes from the sizes to sizes, the other, and then you will see in terms of the way the pricing structures are from the service providers.
Felix, you can go ahead. Just scrolling through the report, I don't see the hands.
BEC Chair, just to follow up, are we recommending 2 service providers per item for that section 1 or what?
Yes.
And then for the other sections, we are only doing 1 item. Sorry, 1 service provider.
No, we also recommended 2.
Oh,
We
did I
decided to recommend 2 for the first section and the second section.
Oh, I see. Okay.
The difference is that the section B, the difference is that section B is that is awarded as a whole, and then the other one, remember the section B that is going to work in those different joint above. So it's different sizes. So when the tender dictate that is awarded as a whole, but on that whole on section B, we recommend 2 service providers on that section, and then on the above we also it's awarded the specific dictate that we recommend per item. Then we recommend 2 per each.
Price-wise, I'm comfortable that we're comparable.
Any other questions, comments, colleagues? As recommended.
As recommended, Chair.
As recommended, Chair.
It will appear that there's only 3 members in this meeting.
I'm here, Chair.
Yeah, we just found the discussion on the way, so we didn't want to interfere. We are here.
Yeah, I just want to hear your voice just for the sake of it. Okay, colleagues, can we move to the next item then?
The next item, Chairperson, is item.
Are we taking a health break so that we can re-energize ourselves? At what point that we know?
Yes, let's do that. Can we take 15 minutes or 10 minutes?
10 minutes will do it for me, Chair. Thank you very much.
All right.
Then for Gerald, 15 for us. Kiri.
Colleagues, I'm sure we can start. Members, are we back?
Here, Chair.
Gerald will find us.
No, I'm here, Chair. I'm here.
On the
Chair.
way.
I just came in, Chair. I'm here.
Okay. Colleagues, I only have up until 3, and then we have another meeting at 3. So at 3:00, I'll hand over to Justice.
Who's the others?
Mapula.
Chairperson, we are on item 3. It's the group property management 3.1. GPM 01 2022-23 further report tender to appoint service providers for the servicing, maintenance, repairs, installation, and upgrades of existing and new fire prevention systems citywide for a period of 3 years.
Justice, I see your hand.
Yes, Chair, through you, I request that we withdraw that item. There's a material error in the recommendation. It's being corrected. It will come back in the next meeting.
Okay, we move to the next item.
The next item is item 3.2, GPM 21, 2021-22, tender for the lease of taking offices space in Region 3, including parking facilities and offices accommodation solution, 3-year period.
Sifiso, are you presenting?
Chair, I'm presenting. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is colleague Anolu Chungu. I declare that I have no interest in the items being discussed today and that I will abide by the rules of the committee. I've sent the delegation letter and the declaration form, Chair. Chair, may I proceed? This report was discussed.
Go ahead. Can I just check from first before you continue? Is this a report that is on the folder that's called Fella report?
Yes, Chair, it is.
Okay. And go ahead.
Okay. This.
I'm just checking. Is colleague part of the BEC? Sifiso is supposed to be.
I wanted to ask that, Chair, because I wanted to ask if ever the chairperson is supposed to present this report.
The report was referred back last week to the department to do the cost benefit analysis, as well as attach the letter confirming the availability of the budget. Then it was actually done by the department, not necessarily by the BEC.
No, Chair, even in that case, the BEC must still take responsibility for the presentation. It can't be the department doing the presentation because this is a BEC report.
I agree, Member Justice. I was going to say the same, that even if it was referred back, we were referring back a report that was initially presented by BEC. Therefore, the department should just support BEC in terms of the information that was required, and BEC must come back and present.
Chairperson, can I request 2 seconds to step into colleague's desktop and present? It's okay. 2 seconds, it's just next door.
Make it 3.
The extension. Extension report.
Where's the Fiso? Chairperson.
Chairperson, I am here. I was still trying to open the report.
Yes, he's on a lighter note. I thought you were using that calculator of yours to calculate time today. 2 seconds is long gone.
No, at least I'm not calculating acting so all this time. Here we go. Okay, Chairperson, let me first introduce myself and declare. My name is Fiso Ndaba, the acting chairperson of the BEC committee. I'll start by declaring that I don't have any interest to the matter, well, to this matter to be presented by the committee, and I will abide by SCM policy. Chairperson, we previous week, last week, the committee, in actual fact, it was 2 weeks ago, presented a GPM 21, which is the office space acquisition for 2 buildings in Region 3, which is the CBD. And the recommendation were in place of bidder number 2, which was recommended for building 1. It's 11,000 square meter at a cost of 1.8 million. And we also have building number 2, which bidder number 3 was also recommended for that building at a cost of 2.9. million. The report was presented by myself and Tembagazi as members of the committee. And in that presentation, the committee recommended that it requested that a cost-benefit analysis of what has been paid on a month-to-month rental and what is going to be paid on this tender going forward be done to also indicate how much the city will be saving. And also the committee requested that we attach the budget availability confirming letter for the next financial year, which is 2023-2024. So I'm just going to shoot straight to the further report responding to that. On BAC resolution number 1, we have attached a table which was actually looking in the main at a quantitative cost benefit analysis of what we are trying to do as a department, which is it's actually in page 26, Chairperson. And the table is actually looking at the 3 financial year, 21-22, 22-23, and 23-24. We actually have taken those 3 financial year because this office space acquisition is not done in isolation, but it's done under the banner of office space optimization, which has started in the year 21-22 and will be completed in the year 23-24. And if I can just run through the figures, Chairperson, to see what is happening. The budget, allocated budget on top, we had 280, 246 in the current financial year, and then the budget in the new financial year is 169 million. So the budget is actually going down as we move along the year. But in the previous financial year, at the onset, when we started office space optimization, we've managed to realize a total savings of 54.6 million. And by exiting various departments. So it means we only spend 226 million. And which out of that 226 million, the rental, the money that we've spent on rental and operational cost was only 205, meaning we should have saved even more. However, when we are vacating these buildings, there are costs that comes with that, which is reinstatement cost in the main and all of that. And these are the costs, 8 million, they are amounting to just around 20 million. That is the money that we've spent while vacating those buildings, meaning we actually were supposed to save 74, but it ended roughly, but it was 54 million with all those costs covered. In the current financial year, we have received a budget of 246, and then out of that, 246 million. In terms of rental and operational costs, under normal circumstance, we have the projection is 214. Actual to date is 128, and we still have 104 to spend going forward. But what we have done, Chairperson, in the current financial year, we have a long issue of Rondalia, the litigation, which because the department unfortunately don't have a vote for litigation, and we use these very same budgets to deal with these matters. So we then had to spend 19 million in settling that matter, which it was renegotiated from 44 million. And then also, there is also some reinstatement that we've just vacated end of the previous financial year. We've spent a further almost 5 million to that. So, and that was the additional cost to 214 of that we had. So then the projected, the planned, which is a rental post March, is amounting to 69. And then the other cost, which is well, we've got other costs as well, which is similar to the litigation, which Tramshed, there is and Isivono. These are we are still fighting this matter. In a worst case scenario, when we lose, these are the amounts that will be expected to be with budget. We felt this budget for them, but there is a chance that we might not need to spend it, and it might also we might also spend it. Hence, it must always be on the budget. So. In the new financial year, the committee where in the new financial year where the committee was keen to see what is going to happen in terms of plans, we are going to have a few buildings that we are going to have to reinstate. Reinstatement is a once-off as you are vacating this building. We've set aside a budget of 20 million to reinstate this building and a few of them, and then we also have an additional 4 million for Butongo. Capital Towers, 1.3 Crystal Park is 2.2. So, and in that, the projection, we have projection is 229, which is actually above the budget. And that is why there is that negative 60 million on top. The major cost again, as you can see above, which is like 27 million, will be, it's a once-off cost to vacate these buildings. These are the 27 to 27 million estimation, or 28, are contractual costs. These costs, we cannot avoid them because we when we are vacating this building, we need to spend these amounts. It's whether we like it or not, because those costs in actual fact have to be incurred. So, in terms of if you go further down, in terms of projected of planned, then we have rental and operational cost. Not actually. That is for the new financial year will be 195. That is what will actually cost us, and then we have this additional cost. The advantage, Chairperson, in these two recommended building is the fact that is the existing building that are recommended. The advantage is that we don't have to exit them if this tender is approved. So the most part of that 20 million above will be saved, because then there will be no reinstatement cost. What is what the worst case scenario is when we vacate these buildings and then go into a new buildings, because that will mean we have to reinstate it, and then there will be further cost for tenant installation and the likes. So we felt like this one was working in the city's favor, because already we'll realize the savings. We don't know what is going to happen on the other tender, but on this particular one, yes, indeed, there will be a savings because we'll be retaining this. We don't have to spend that money. What is major important to highlight, Chairperson, again, is that we have a deviation which was approved in June for 18 months. That deviation is starting from the 1st of October, is only lapsing next year, March. Of all this office accommodation, we were given this deviation, and it was to make sure that in the main we follow SCM processes as we do and acquire this office space accommodation, so that all these buildings can be regularized, for lack of a better word. So that is part of the process. Failure to appoint the new office accommodation, it means then we are going back to square one, and we will Auditor General will also find us wanting in terms of the office space accommodation. So the city has been spending more than 300 million per annum on leasing office space accommodation and library in the previous financial year, and we have successfully managed to cut that cost further down. So it means this office space optimization is working, because we've realized 54 million in the previous financial year, and the city will also spend 20 million to vacate the building 1 and 2 as part of the reinstatement cost, and which that can, depending on the outcome of this SCM process, can be savings. The subject 2 buildings are currently occupied by the city, and minimum tenant installation will actually be required, which would mean lesser cost to the city, and the city will not spend on the reinstatement cost like I mentioned before. Acquisition of another building through lease or outright purchase will require a capital budget for tenant installation and cost of relocation, which is currently something not desirable, considering the current situation the city is actually facing. What we have done, Chairperson, on BAC Resolution 2 is that based on the current, you might have seen I said in previous on the slide, there's the 60 million, but we said to finance, they must give us a letter so far, meaning currently now, yes, indeed, we can afford these 2 office buildings. But then if ever the budget remains, perhaps maybe down the line, we may not be able, based on the budget, to afford. We still felt as a department, let's proceed, acquire this, because they are very critical to the portfolio. And then if ever in the next one are coming, we don't, we might not have that letter based on the budget that has been heavily cut. Then we will have to decide on the way forward. Of course, we'll work with the human resource because we are supposed to vacate those buildings, whether the colleagues will have to work from home or whichever. But this is a discussion we'll have with the GSO and with the human resource on how to deal with that. But we are requesting, based on the letter that is attached, we are giving an assurance that yes, indeed, we can afford these 2, and we are requesting the committee to consider this recommendation and acquire these 2 buildings, and we'll deal with the other ones in future, which may mean that are not affordable. So the recommendation, as per previous report or revised report, remains the same. The bidder number 2 to be recommended for the tender of the lease for Region 3 office accommodation, as well as building number 2, which is and also bidder number 3 be recommended as well for this office acquisition. So what we also, Chairperson, added in our discussion with the committee and the department, we've added the last line, which says the city reserves the right to exclude any pricing items listed in this transaction as in when necessary. This does not include the basic rental of the building. This was actually inspired by what we have done previously, looking at the budget. We are saying in this line item, because this is a 10K acquisition, so it not only include rental, there's also cleaning, there's also security, there's also repairs and maintenance. If ever this clause is there, it will allow us, if our budget is failing us, to cut some of the line item just to pay at least the bare basic rental and exclude others, so that at least we can afford. So maybe we may decide to do repairs and maintenance on ourselves, or maybe we may decide to use our own cleaners. But of course, we'll have to, in doing that, we have to do a cost benefit and see which cleaner is cheaper, the city cleaner or that of the service provider, so as the security. But we just need to have that flexibility, and going forward, obviously, we'll be guided by the budget and the impact of cost benefit analysis. So that is the further report, Chairperson. The report is tabled.
I just comment.
Just an observation, Chair, on the prices. I know the buildings might not be looking the same way. I think probably the second one must be a posh building, but for the same amount of square meterage, we will paying R1 million more compared to recommendation 1.
Take that, I get it.
Yeah, maybe from my side, just a clarity. I see in the year 23-24, there is a shortfall of 60 million, but there is an explanation around the reinstatement cost that we might or might not pay when we acquire those buildings, precisely because we are already tenants and occupants of those buildings. But maybe just to give a comfort to the BAC is to say that out of the reinstatement cost, how much hypothetically will they be for the 2 buildings, so that we can understand what are the costs vis-a-vis the benefit of reinstatement. And number 2, that 60 million rand, I am trying to go through the table just to see the illustration of where would it be covered as a shortfall going forward. Because if we talk about the 54, it was in 21-22, we talk about 22-23, it was a 32 million rand savings. So maybe that clarity will also help. Thanks, Chair.
So go ahead.
Chairperson, maybe let me start with the first question, which is that of the posh building raised by the acting COO. What we have done is that, Chairperson, the building 2, which is was supposed, where in terms of specification, was supposed to be within a kilometer of Tshwane House. That building has more parking bays than normal. As much as the square meter is the same, I think we requested around 750 parking bays, which the reason why we've asked for more parking bays is because we have just acquired a midtown building next to Tshwane House, which only have 86 parking bays, and already we have an idea that we need far more than that. So we wanted a building closer within the vicinity so that we can be able to cover the balance. That is the first thing. And also again, and even in Tshwane House, we also need some additional parking as well, so that we can at least be able to cover. So the bulk of the difference of that million is mainly in the parking, in the parking of that building, because otherwise we will have a problem in accommodating and that parking. So in terms of how are we going to make up?
Sorry, Chair, just a follow-up on Swiso's clarification so that I am done with my part. Swiso, you say that is because of parking, but what I'm reading here, it says building 1 GLA excluding parking. Something then doesn't gel. The points do not join, unless I'm reading this wrongly. You get building 2 in your box there, in your first row, which is the only row anyway, or the second row after the title row, says building 1 GLA excluding parking. But your substantiation now says the difference of $1 million is just a result of parking. So I'm just a bit concerned. Clarify that for me, please. Thanks.
Which page is that, acting? So I'm trying to.
Page 13.
Page 13. Okay, just a second, I'm scrolling up. Page 13, yes, okay. Building 1, Pretoria 1 kilometer, okay. Building 2, within a kilometer of Red Stone House 320 on location. Building 2, exclude parking. That is the GLA excluding, we're actually specifying the size, that we are looking at something plus minus 10,800 square meter, excluding parking. So that requirement does not include parking. As much as similar to building 1, we were looking for 11,000 plus minus 11,000 square meter, excluding parking. We were in what we're actually emphasizing that this square meter or this size is not inclusive of parking.
Okay, I hope it's not as confusing, because then it could, to the other readers. Because when
Yeah,
we read in the paragraph, Chair, building 2, that the following bidder or bidder number 3 redefined property, blah 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 blah, be recommended for the tender for the lease of tank office space in region 3, including parking facilities. You get my point? Then immediately thereafter, you have a box there or a table that talks about excluding parking. I'm just hoping that others or other people are not going to get confused as I am. Thank you.
Actually, I'm also confused because even the building number 1, it still says the same.
Chair, can I come in there?
It's colleague.
It's colleague. Chair, the mandatory requirement that's listed there, what we were trying to determine is the GLA of the building. So what we are asking the bidder for is a certificate. So we're just saying that on that certificate, this is the GLA that must be included. So it's just talking to the mandatory requirements.
Okay, but in your recommendation says for bidder number 1, a recommended tender for 10 key space in region 3, including parking for 3 years. That's going to cost us 1.8. The same wording is used for building number 2. But now, so meaning that both of them includes parking. Can you clarify that?
They don't.
No, they don't. Maybe unless if maybe we've actually wrote it wrong, but they don't.
Yeah, but that's in the recommendation.
Yes.
On both of them, it says includes parking. So we are acquiring 2 buildings that don't include parking.
We have planned, and if the city says there's no money, what do you do?
What we are doing?
Malaka, sorry before you, Malaka, you can go ahead, but you please increase your volume. We can't hear you.
Yeah, Malaka is too soft. You must go next to the microphone.
Malaka, go ahead. At this time, talk to the mic.
No, Chair. I was saying that in the same principle in which Kwena is confused, I'm equally confused, because if an independent reader read this, but we are saying that the GLA of 11,000 is excluding parking, maybe the department should rephrase, especially the latter part at the recommendation, to read more properly, other than the way it's structured, because the way it's structured, it's extremely misleading. Any other independent reader will read it otherwise, which is therefore confusing. Thanks.
Yeah, but there's 2 things. It's that particular one, but also the report itself. If you look at the recommendation, It says including parking facilities and turnkey accommodation solution. So can you just clarify the issue of the parking on both building number 1 and 2?
Yeah, Chairperson, maybe just to look at the recommendation itself, we are saying building 1, the following bidder be recommended for the tender for the lease of 10 key office space in Region 3, including parking facility and 10 key office accommodation solution, 3-year period. So the where the error is actually at that summary box, where we are saying building 1 GLA excluding, it actually supposed to say building 1 GL including parking. So that's where the error is. Same applies to building 2. In the box, we should say including, not excluding. It is actually including parking, Chairperson. Apology for that.
But now on the earlier explanation on page, was it page 10?
Mandatory.
Yes, there under mandatory, you said excluding parking.
That still remains. That still remain. It's exclude parking because as my colleague was explaining that here as part of the mandatory requirements, we were requesting a certificate confirming the building GLA and parking availability. So now the GLA of the building, excluding parking, must be plus minus 11,000. So that is supposed to be so because we separate that with the parking. It was just as to explain or to clarify to the committee as they will be doing the evaluation.
So can you repeat your explanation of 1.8 million versus 2.9? In the light that both of them includes parking.
Okay, we are the 1.8, yes, is including parking, and 2.9. Do you want me to explain the point I've explained to the question raised by member acting COO?
Yes, please.
Okay, what I was saying, the question was that the building 1 is 1 million higher than building 2 is 1 million higher than building 1. And why is that the case? So number 1, the requirement, the building 2 requirement had excessive parking. We required more than normal parking. In actual fact, we require between 750 to 800 parking bays because we wanted to accommodate other buildings around that facility because council-owned buildings are short of parking bays. So we wanted to compensate on that. That's the first reason. The second reason, part of the requirements of that building, there is a storage and an armor. That is actually the requirement for the office of the city manager, which will be moving Nava Pilay's team. They have that special requirement that needed to be accommodated and developed there, which also increased the pace. And also, Chairperson, it must also be noted that as much as if this building says they are plus minus 11,000, they are not exactly 11,000. And if you check the 2, the building 2 is slightly above, because when you go out on market and ask for 11,000 buildings, it's highly unlikely that you'll get exact space. The other one may say I've got 12,000, and the other one says I've got 10.5. We allow those variations, but those variations you also still have to pay for. So you may find that the 2 buildings has a variation of 1,000 square meter because of the space that has been available. And the specification talks to that, and we accept that to say, as long as it's not above, I think we use 5% or so, then will be accepted. So those are few things that, as a result, has caused the price to be slightly higher, well, at least higher than building 1.
It's not slightly. Kwena?
No, I wanted to say now at least I get what Shiso is saying. Basically, with building 2, it means, because that has already been my argument, that my understanding here is you are charged per square meterage. So it would appear then, if building 2 is not exactly equal in terms of size to building 1, then it means building 2 must be providing us with more space at a square meterage level, which then, of course, it makes sense for them to charge more, because the quantum of square meterage is more than in building 1. Otherwise, if they were equal in terms of size, that's what actually led to my question to say, is building 2 now a posh building that you get in, the lifts start massaging you immediately? That is on a lighter note, Chair, but I'm convinced now. Thanks.
Yeah, but then Spiso must correct that then and indicate the correct square meter that is in that particular building, because he's saying that it's actually not the same from a parking space point of view. But I just want to find out, Spiso, which buildings are we exiting?
Chairperson, we in region 3, we are intending to exit 4 buildings right now, but we will only occupy 2 buildings, which also is part of that office space optimization. We are exiting as we are occupying a part of Semimax. We are occupying 11 Schoeman Street, where there is TMPD. We are occupying North Capital Towers, where there is roads and transport as well as water and sanitation. And we are now occupying a portion of Butongo East building. So all those buildings, we want to vacate them. And then these 2 buildings that we are acquiring will actually assist us to consolidate and then the client departments.
So when we ask you for a cost benefit analysis, we're asking you not from a budget point of view of how much you have spent, which is fine, because whatever that we're asking must translate into rates and cents. But we were asking about semi-max. This is how much we are paying per square meter. Schoeman, this is how much we are paying. Capital Park, this is how much we are paying. Butongo, this is how much we are paying per square meter. And then you then say the new building 1, this is how much we are going to pay. That's not what we have done here. Can you give us a sense as to those buildings that we're exiting? How much are we paying per square meter?
Okay. Yes, that can be done, Chairperson. What, if you recall in the previous meeting, what I have requested while I'm opening these figures, I requested that let's look at the portfolio level, for reason being, number 1, we are moving all over. For example, the building in Semimax, it will take colleagues from Semimax. It will take colleagues that are in Oratsal, which is a council owned. It will take colleagues that are in Butong, and we are consolidating them there. But yet at the same time, there's actually it's not as clear as that. So at the same time, the new building that we are acquiring, the rental contract that we are going to enter into is not the same. As the title says, the turnkey acquisition. For example, the building 1, which is 1.8 million, that building currently now, we are actually, if I'm comparing likes to likes, as we are saying, we are actually spending let's say 1.4 million per month. But now we are saying we are acquiring a building that is going to cost us 1.8, which is 400,000, so to say, more. But over and above that, we are saying the landlord must clean this facility. The landlord must provide securities. The landlord must do tenant installation. Repairs and maintenance will be done by the landlord. All of that will be at the cost of the landlord. Maybe one can say that is what 400,000 stand for, to make it more. So because it's not the same contract, that is that. I think it's easier on building one, but building two might be slightly complicated because of the number of buildings that are affected, and some of them are just the portion of them being affected. For example, Butongo will save 700K, and then Capital Tower will save 1.5, but the portion of the colleagues from Capital Towers are going to Midtown, which is a council owned. I don't know if I should call that savings through this, because there's another acquisition. Semi-Max is 2 million. So it's a tricky one, Chairperson, but I don't know, you'll guide me on this one. It's not as straight as one saving this and then spending that.
Yeah, but that's what we wanted to get a sense as to, I don't know. That's what we wanted to do. We wanted to get a sense as to, this is where we are. This is what we are paying for. Obviously, this building offers 1, 2, 3. We're moving into this building. We're consolidating 3 buildings into 1 building. And this is how much we will be paying. But currently, it's not, because now the savings that you are talking about in terms of the budget there is the overall portfolio, including the fact that we've already moved to Medistat. It's not related to the item that is before us.
It is, Chair. The building that all the buildings I'm counting are related to the items that is before us.
No, I'm talking about the 280 million and the 246 million that you are highlighting there.
Yes.
And the savings that you're talking about there are not savings that we're going to be realized from this particular portfolio that we're talking about. It's for the whole portfolio. And some of them already you've realized because we have moved people to Medistat already. So what we wanted to know was that you're moving people from Sambo, Semi-Max, Schoeman, Capital. And Capital, this is how much they're paying at the moment. And this is what they will be consolidated into 1 building. We were paying X amount for all these 3 buildings. Now that we're consolidating, we're moving into the look, you can still provide that information because I'm sure it's readily available. The next question that I want to find out from you is that if we acquire the, what was it, a Mercedes-Benz building, the one that we want to acquire?
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes. Is that the acquisition of
Mercedes-Benz?
So if you want to acquire that particular building, that building, again, let's assume that because already there is budget allocated for acquisition of that particular building, shouldn't we then rather, as a safety measure, not enter into a longer lease period, considering that it will at most, if you think about what needs to be done there, it probably will take us maybe a year to get into that building. So maybe 2023, the building might not be ready, but certainly 2024, the building will be ready. This is a worst case scenario, in my view, because the building, if you just acquire a building, you just need to do the renovation, the installation, whatever that needs to be done in that particular building. Over a long term, you save, and therefore you would, with this particular tender, you would have now entered into a 3-year contract. So shouldn't we rather than consider entering into I mean, I don't know if it's possible to have a contract where you renew annually. So we enter into a 12-month contract with a view of renewing it annually. So it allows us, if we complete the other building, then we can move into that building without legal issues.
Look, if I can
wait a minute. Let's hear what Gwen has to say, and then you can come back.
Gwen, I mean, sorry, Chairperson, I hear you. I'm just trying to think now. The question you ask, it's relevant, but I'm trying to figure out at the stage where we are in terms of the procurement process, whether it would still be helpful or not. And I'm just asking that because I think now the evaluation has already been done on the basis of the spec, which obviously maybe stated that it should be a 3-year period. And I'm not stopping Sfiso from answering you. I'm just raising a question of process from where I'm sitting. The one thing, that I would have loved, and I don't know whether it's relevant, but I can be corrected, or I stand to be corrected. The questions around cost benefit analysis that you referred to, I would think for the benefit of BAC it would have been maybe better as an annex to this report, because I would recall that Sfiso, you presented the whole strategy and the cost savings to MECO or EXCO at some point, so that the BAC, as it considers this report, indeed, it can still be able to relate the actual savings that the city would be gaining from this new strategy around office accommodation. So, Chair, I thought let me just give that input. I may be wrong, but I'm thinking maybe that's the way to go. Thanks.
Sfiso.
Chairperson, maybe just to start in this office accommodation issue. Actually, you enjoy the benefit, more benefit, when you enter into a longer term contract. I try to fight that badly. Personally, I prefer to enter into at least 9 years, 11 months lease contract. For obvious reason. Number one, when you enter into a short-term contract, whether it's 12 months or even that 3 years, by the way, when you vacate other buildings, it costs a lot. It costed us 10 million at Isivuno alone just to vacate Isivuno, and you are still going to spend money on tenant installation. So, and with Isivuno, we might have spent plus minus 20 million just to exit Isivuno. Imagine if you do that in every 3 years. How much will that be? That is excluding the rent. Now, what we've done, this one, because it's a 10-key acquisition, which we said, let's rather go for it because we wanted to exit a number of buildings at once. And if we go to the office of the acting CFO and ask for $500 million to do this project. We are not going to get that money. But let's rather come up with a plan, which let's do a turnkey acquisition and let the landlord finance this, because we are not going to afford. We are still battling to finance Midtown that we've just acquired, which is barely 40 million, by the way. So let's rather enter into this turnkey. But now, when you ask the landlord to invest the capital budget in his or her own building, you need to give sufficient time for him to recoup that initial investment. Because whatever money that they will be spending in installation, they will recoup via rental over time. So if you sign 12 months, as you are suggesting, Chairperson, the rental will be massively expensive. And when you do 3 years, it will be expensive but better. But if you do 9 years, 11 months, it will be far cheaper, because it will take longer time period for them to recoup this to this money. I even wrote a letter trying to justify that to city manager, but because of the process of entering into a longer term lease and the fact that we have a pressure under Auditor General, we need to sort this problem. We ended up opting for this. And that is clearly the reason why 2 weeks ago I was crying over Midi-Start being irregular, because it simply says the almost 45 million we spent in Midi-Start last year, we have to spend it again in 2 years' time, because we must vacate that building again. For in my view, that is not financially sustainable. And I am saying, if you have to consider those things, the short-term contract, like Chairperson, 12 months is even worse. It's not helping the city. The amount of investment we've done in that building, which is
okay, so you've made your point. The point is that then what is going to happen with the building that you're going to acquire?
We are acquiring Midtown building. It's acquired already. And that building, there is colleagues, which is a corporate, the ICT team, they are actually working from home, the majority of them. They are moving into that building. Water and sanitation, which is in North Capital Towers, they are moving to that building. So we are assuming that the building will be available next year. But already we have tenants in, departments in place to move to that building. And these 2 buildings that we are acquiring now has nothing to do with those departments.
And then the Mercedes-Benz?
The ex-Mercedes-Benz is acquired to accommodate TMPD.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, that if you acquire that one, what's going to happen? Because TMPD is moving to building number 1.
Building number 1 is actually 11 Schoeman Street, which is actually ex-Mercedes-Benz. That is why I was saying, Chairperson, these 2 buildings that we are acquiring, building 1 and building 2, are the building that we are already occupying, which gives us a benefit to the city. So building 1, I am actually referring to the ex-Mercedes-Benz, the building currently occupying by TMPD.
So we plan to rent it and we plan to purchase it.
Chairperson, I don't. The plan to purchase it, as far as I know, is off the table because of unavailability of budget. But if that is still on the table, we can put it in a clause to say we are leasing it with an option to acquire in future, and that can be done. But we, what I've learned in the city, as much as there are other nicer plans, but you must plan in an event where those plans are not happening, because I don't know if the city will have a budget in the next 2 to 3 years to acquire that building. So we need to enter into a lease agreement, but we can put that as a condition to the lease agreement if we get a budget to acquire it.
And my question is that what will be your advice? Must the city acquire or must city rent?
My advice would be the city must rent the building And if a budget is available in future, they must still acquire the building as well. You know, I'm actually supporting both, but currently now we need to enter into a lease agreement with them, and then the acquisition can still follow.
All right, questions, comments, members? Any other questions? Okay, sure. I think we do need that comparison as an attachment that we spoke about. The square meter for the current buildings, the 4 buildings, how much we're paying and how much we're going to pay for the 2 buildings. Colleagues, can we then approve the report with the attachment of that annexure?
Agreed.
But with also the correction on the recommendation, the GLA, I think.
The excluding and including part, that part.
Yes, yeah. As amended.
As amended, Chair.
All right, colleagues. The next item.
The next item, Chairperson, is item 3.3, GPM 09
16.
2022-23 further report, tender for the long-term lease and development lease.
2.3. GPM 16.
Oh, it's 3.3, GPM 16, 2022-23 tender for the leasing of technical library and office space in Region 2.
Go ahead, is it Sfiso again?
Thank you, Chair. It's Tembakazi this time. Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Tembakazi Vangamdledle. I'm a member of the BEC committee, and I'll be presenting GPM 16, 2022. This tender, Chair. Sorry, before I may start, Chair, let me also declare that I have no interest in the items that I'll be presenting in committee today, and that I'll abide by the rules and regulations of ACM. GPM 16 2022-23 Chair refers to the tender for the leasing of 10 key library and office space in Region 3. The bid was advertised on the 13th of December 2022. The bid closed on the 16th of January 2023. The briefing session was held on the 2nd of December 2022. At closure of the tender, Chair, one bid was received. At the time the BEC was deliberating on the tender, Chair, the bid was due, the expiration date was for the 12th of March 2023. If supply chain could perhaps assist in confirming whether the expiry period has been extended. Sorry, Chair, would you want them to confirm first before I proceed?
Who in supply chain is going to confirm that? Justice, do you know who must confirm that?
Yes, I'm speaking to her quickly.
Okay.
Yes, Chair, it's been extended. The proof will follow just now.
Thank you, member. Moving to page 11 of the report, Chair. A bit of background. This tender is a response to the establishment of community libraries, which are easily accessible to a particular community for the provision of information supporting education, development and maintenance of a reading culture and the representation and facilitation of various development outreach programs. Therefore, tenders were called for the leasing of approximately 600 square meters of library and office space in the Sinoville or Montana suburbs within a 5-kilometer radius thereof in Pretoria North of Region 2. Point 4 of the report, Chair. As mentioned, only one bid was received on this tender, and it was a bidder registered as bidder number 1. In terms of pre-compliance, the bidder number 1 met all the requirements. Stage 1 of evaluation, which is the administrative compliance, the bidder completed and all the requirements and is therefore complied with all the administrative requirements. Stage 2, the mandatory requirements. The following mandatory requirements were requested by the department: confirmation of ownership in the form of a title deed or a wind deed report. Secondly, a GIS locality map indicating the building locality and the earth, that it must indicate that the proposed building is within the 5-kilometer radius in Pretoria North, and that the earth description of on the locality map should be the same as that on the title deed, confirming the ownership. Was therefore indeed found that bidder number 1 did comply and provided all the required information by the committee. Moving through to stage 3 of evaluation, the functionality criteria, where the local economic participation was looked at, the parking requirements were looked at, the proposed 3D design office layout with bills of quantity indicating the tenant installation allowance, and lastly, the capacity and experience was required to be provided for the turnkey office accommodation services. In evaluation, the committee scored the bidder number 1 a totality of 100 points. They've met all the requirements in terms of the functionality criteria. Further evaluation led us to stage 4, where a site inspection was requested to be undertaken by the committee, and our reference point was the Annexure E, a form which was to be used in evaluation by the committee. The bid evaluation committee therefore conducted a site inspection on the 14th of February at 9 o'clock on the bidder's premises. As per Annexure E, the site visit checklist, the locality of the property, the location of the building, was confirmed by the committee. Accessibility to public transport and general entrances was confirmed by the committee. The building and the building GLA of a minimum of 600 square meters was confirmed by the committee, and the parking requirements of no less than 23 parking bays was also confirmed by the committee. Indeed, bidder number 1 is compliant and has met all the requirements of stage 4. Point 8 of the report, Chair, the pricing of the acceptable bidder. The office space, the basic rental that has been proposed, Chair, is at 68,400 per month. But when you include the workshop, storage, and warehouse space, including the operational costs being maintenance, security, cleaning, as well as the parking rate, the totality of the rental per month comes to 229,788.98 per month, Chair. moving over to the recommendations, Chair. Therefore, Tlowu Integrated Tech CC, being bidder number 1, is recommended for the tender for the leasing of 10 key library and office space in Regions 2 for a 3-year period at an amount of 229,788.98 cents, including VAT, Chair. This recommendation is subject to the provision of a lift facility as part of the tenant installation at the cost of the bidder within the project timeline specified in the specification. The report is tabled. Thanks, Chair.
Questions, comments?
Thank you, Chair. I can't see anything amiss on the report, but just perhaps for an observation, the 3 years vis-a-vis the 9-year, what informs it in this regard? Why not long-term and focusing on a short to medium lease in this respect? Just to have a clarity in that space, Chair. Thanks.
Can I also check how many people must be in the evaluation team? Because it looks like there were only 3 people.
There are 6 members, chairperson, and the quorum is 3. So actually 3 was sufficient to meet the quorum.
Excuse me, you can respond to the other question.
Okay. Chairperson.
Sorry, is it 6 members or 5 members? Confusing. The report refers to 5.
It's actually 5. Sorry, Chairperson. It's actually 5. Sorry. I'm actually, I think I'm confused by the 50%. It's actually 5. So 3 gives 60%. Chairperson, the question is about the period. We were restricted by the deviation report that was approved, which gave us a limited time to acquire this office space. And if you want to enter into a term longer than 3 years, it means the process is obviously going to be longer because you have to do all those public participation. And we deliberated on that, and it was putting the city at risk of not solving this major problem of audit findings. Then we decided to say, let's rather proceed and do 3 years and not take a risk of failing to meet the recommendation by the BAC. Chairperson, the issue that I was going to request again is on this item, if the very same clause can be included, because as Themba was presenting that the basic rental is 68,000, but if you include other items, the total will be 229. I was going to request that at least the department, that condition of having the department reserving the right of excluding other items, if necessary, as in when required, be maintained to this one, so that should we fail, maybe looking at the budget, if we are not affording, we can remove some of these things and go as low as possible, if that were to be possible, through Chair. Thanks.
In fact, can I just check on this particular one? Are we moving into another building?
No, this one, Chairperson, and the only one is actually a library in Region 2, which Region 2 didn't have a library for the past 3 years. So the books are in the storage. We vacated the building 3 years ago. So I would say we are moving to a new building.
So this is the only bidder that had. Do you have a valuation on this building? Did you get an internal valuation?
The market valuation.
Chair, an internal valuation to compare the rates that we've been given.
Yeah, or market analysis
Comparison.
in terms of comparison, because I mean, we don't know 229. I mean, we only accepting this from the bidder. We don't even know whether this is even reasonable.
If you require it, Chair, we can certainly provide the information.
No, but you guys are in the same space. You can provide information, but you can also give the committee comfort.
Yes, Chair.
In the meeting now.
Look, Chairperson, from my side, as a valuer myself, it's a Region 2 market is non-existent, and we the rate of 120 per square meter is, in my view, is obviously equivalent to the CBD. And if you really want to do a comparable, you are going to struggle to get the space there. So, but looking at the rate itself, it's actually within the market, but I am extending the market to the neighbor nodes outside Region 2. And obviously, looking at the building itself, the building is in a fairly good condition. I'll grade it as grade B+.
Can you explain to me what is amortized feet of rental portion?
We what I was explaining earlier on, Chairperson, that there is a portion of the rate of a capital outlay, so to say, that the landlord will have to recover over the term of the lease, and that was based on this one was 108. And that is the one I was saying, if ever the term was longer, it was gonna be even cheaper. But if the term is shorter, it becomes higher. I think the landlord is saying, I've invested all this money and I'm only getting a 3 years lease, so I need to try and recover some of my capital outlay to the project.
It doesn't make sense. And then what is covered in the rental? So the landlord fixes the building and then charges us for fixing the building. Does it mean that when we get into this building, the building will already be partitioned, everything else in order? Therefore, the city is not going to spend additional allocation amount on that, because it's almost like it's the same amount as your rental.
That's very correct, Chairperson. We are literally going to move in and pay that 68 to 229. We are not going to do anything. Everything, including the furniture that is required there, will be supplied or provided by the landlord.
And you say we're going to pay how much?
We will pay 229 if we cover everything.
My point again, how do we know if this particular cost of the capital outlay, it's overstated or it's not overstated?
The cost of the capital outlay were provided in the bid, and we have actually satisfied ourselves that is reasonable. It's not overstated.
So which part of this 229 do you think it's got potential to negotiate, as you indicated? Because
Look,
surely
yes. Our thinking, Chairperson, was that, for example, 3.3 cleaning, we do have cleaners, but we are going to look between them and ourselves. They are charging 15 rand per square meter. Which one is more expensive? And if ours are cheaper, we'll take ours. Same goes to the security, the maintenance as well. We'll just have to compare between the two. I think those are the ones, the operational ones that we can play around with. Unfortunately, the capital outlay, we are not, because we don't have capital. So we'll just work on those.
shouldn't we rather than say that we are pointing at a rental amount of 68,400? Those are fixed, right?
Yes.
And then with regards to the variable cost of X amount subject to confirmation by both parties. Because I see that's the only thing that is fixed there, which is your rental. I mean, your rates and taxes. We don't even know how much rates and taxes are we going to pay. But upfront, he's saying it's going to be 12,000 per month.
I think let's include both 1.1 and 1.2 Chair as fixed, 68 and 64. Those two are actually in our situation fixed, both, and the rest can change.
How is 64, how is 1.2 fixed? Because 1.2 depends on, isn't it that 1.2 depends on our specification on how the layout should be?
We've already indicated in the specs the types of layout we are looking for, because we had to do that for landlord to be able to do the costing.
And then when we leave the building, that capital outlay, is it for the city, including the furniture, or is it for the landlord? Because we would have paid for that.
It is indeed for the city. We'll take our furniture. I don't know if we'll need our petitions and all carpets at the time, but it will indeed be the asset of the city, definitely, because as you are rightfully saying, the city will have paid for it.
Yeah, this is a bit complicated in terms of how it's structured. So, comments, colleagues? I will say that 1.1 should be fixed. 1.2 should be agreed upon based on specification by both parties, and then the rest as well.
Yeah.
So the only thing that will be fixed is 6 point. It will be the rental, and then 1.2. It's upon agreement. I mean, I don't know how to craft it in the whatever language that is there, but I don't see how that, because in that agreement, then you could already agree on, and therefore I think you need an SLA because you can already agree on the whether the asset belongs to the landlord or the asset belongs to us. And then, but putting it as part of the renter, it will be very difficult in future to challenge that when we want to go out of that building.
Now, Chairperson, I think I accept your input. We can make 1.2 variable and on a basis that at least it will give us an option to decide whether do we need their furniture or we'll use our own old furniture, which maybe when we are negotiating that can push that figure down. And in terms of the petition, maybe then it will give us that flexibility to say, let's rather go for a much cheaper material because this one looks fancy and expensive. We don't need something fancy for 3 years. So maybe to give us that flexibility to try and reduce that figure, we can then make it flexible. I'm sorry, variable.
All right. Colleagues, comments? Can we adopt the report with those amendments?
As amended.
Agreed.
So the recommendation, Secretariat will indicate, will be changed, so it will not reflect 229. So over the period, it will not reflect the 229 in total. So it will split the renter, and then the difference, which includes these items here, operational cost, capital outlay, those will be variable, subject to the two parties agreeing on subject to the two parties agreeing. Something like that.
Person, if I may.
Yes.
If office space rental, we only take basic rental as what is it? Yeah, the 1.1. That's the amount 68,400. I just want to find out number 4, parking rental. Will that be part of that, or will that also be part of the negotiations?
Where's parking rental?
Number 4.
Or parking rental, I guess it's fixed. Sfiso. Or is it parking depending on the number of the people occupying?
Yeah, it's just it may have to be fixed because it's a library. We obviously not have a number, but this is the main is visitors parking.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. And the other question or maybe proposal that I want to make is that our resolution should include the amount per month. It's not in the recommendation. And that is for the previous report as well. 3.2. Our rental is per month.
Yes, it is per month, Justice.
Indirectly, we recommending this standard for negotiations as well, particularly around the terms and conditions relating to the pricing.
No, it's in my understanding, it's not necessarily the okay. The other items are not fixed, meaning that these items will depend on the usage or the consumption.
Okay.
So, for example, your rates and taxes, electricity, water, it's not fixed.
Yes.
your capital outlay, it will be subject to the kind of the outlay the city is requesting.
Okay.
The reason why you don't want to make it fixed is because I don't know. I know the even here with Swan House, there were basic things and then people started demanding extra things.
So instead, we're making a rate-based appointment in line with this pricing schedule for as and when required.
Yes.
So is that the amendment? So I just wanted to make sure I'm following what we...
I'm not so sure about the rate, but yes, that's basically what we are saying.
So
yes.
the recommendation will list all these things 1 to 4 and then list the rates. And then obviously on the base that some of the items will be as and when required, not necessarily throughout.
Yes.
Okay. Spiso looks like he agrees with that approach.
100%.
So we'll
All
remove
right.
the total at the end, make an appointment in line with the items and then the rates for those items, and then remove the total 199 to 229, and then put a note that some of the services are for as and when required, something like that. I think Kristen is following.
Yes, but the only thing that is fixed is a rental.
Yes.
And the rental we can include the amount there, 68,400
per month.
Per month, yeah.
All right, now I'm covered.
Okay, much clearer, I think, that in that way. All right, colleagues, we're running out of time as amended.
As amended. As compliant, thank you.
Okay, so colleagues, there was a proposal that we deal with. Will we have a quorum? I'm going to leave at 3. And Shingange will also leave at 3. But there was a proposal that we deal with agent matters. So which ones are agent? Stevens, you don't have a report here.
Chair, thank you very much. I do have 2 reports, Chair, and yesterday I sent an email to your good self and the BAC members as well as the Secretariat requesting that the report for the bell presses be added to the agenda, Chair. It is ready for, and that is the main item. I think the other 2 items from water and sanitation can be referred to the next meeting. So if we can only consider the report for bell presses, Chair.
What is the item number?
Chair, as I indicated that yesterday already, I sent an email.
Okay, maybe Secretariat can help. Secretariat, is it 9.1 or 9.2?
Chairperson, we have not added it to the agenda because you haven't given permission. If we are adding it, it will be 9.3.
And Steve, it's agent because it's it's expiring.
Chair, it has become urgent because the bell presses has been delivered meanwhile, and we have to now move over and just engage with the service provider with regards to the payment to at least give them comfort, and so it's become urgent.
Okay, I'm not so sure if I understand it. So this is an X factor report, I guess.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No. Chair, remember the report was at DC last week. And we were asked to engage with SCM and come back this week. And that is what we are trying to do. That is what we've done, in fact.
Okay, so 9.3 will be the item that will be discussed. Any other item? All right, colleagues, I think I'm only going to deal with 9.3, then I'll hand over to Justice if we still have a quorum to continue with the meeting. Can we then look at 9.3, colleagues? Mapula, is it saved on the link? Can you save it on the link? It's a further. Is it a further? Is a further report, or it's not necessarily a further report? Sorry, Mapula, I've cut you there. You were saying.
It's loaded on the link, Chairperson. It's a further report as indicated by the department.
Okay.
So it's a request for approval of extension.
All right, let's go through the report. Steve, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much. Chair, through you, I'm going to ask Refilo to take us through the report, Chair. Okay.
Can I proceed, Chairperson?
Okay, can I just check? This is that report where supply chain provided negative comments.
Yes, Chair.
So we don't want to be in the middle of supply chain and legal and yourselves. So I'm assuming that you've resolved that part. To the department, I'm asking.
Chair, it's Dumisana Puza here. Maybe let me declare that I do not have any undue interest in the matter that is serving at the committee today, and that I've submitted the relevant documentation. Chair, there were discussions with supply chain regarding this matter, and there is a sense of agreement that as per the initial presentation made at the BEC of the 9th of December, this item has a variable rate, a variable daily rate, and therefore we are now faced with the fact that in as much as we had a quotation up to a certain point, we are now bringing forward, we need to pay the final invoice. So there is not necessarily anything wrong with that. But yeah, the colleagues from supply chain are here to also speak to that matter, Chair. So there was agreement that it is basically saying this is the final invoice based on the events that ensued from the date after we got approval, appointment, and so forth, Chair.
So, okay, take us through the revised comments from SCM then, colleagues.
Chair, we got the resolution yesterday. We have not received comments, formally written revised comments. But what we presented to you is the discussions that we've had, and also, Chair,
we can hear you.
Chair, I'm saying we do not have formal written revised comments on this item. The committee requested that we engage. We have engaged, and that's why we are back on this matter. The issue here, Chair, as was mentioned the last time, is that
there has been a passage of time. Whereas this item, from the beginning, when it was first presented, it was mentioned that there is a daily rate of storage, that we're trying to fast-track this process so that we minimize the cost going forward. Now, we also got an understanding from supply chain for the comments. The comments from supply chain are based on the fact that there was an initial quotation that was submitted that was up to the 20th of January. Now, the final invoice is exceeding that initial quotation, and that is as a result of delays. Now, that additional cost as a result of the delays is now being viewed as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. That was the interpretation of the basis of those comments. But what we're putting forward, Chair, and which is what we had discussed with supply chain, is to say that from the beginning, if the committee members that were in that meeting remember, we struggled to put a final figure. We deliberated the final figure to put in the report based on that very same fact that these are daily rates, and if there are delays or anything, that issue of delays was raised in that meeting of the 9th of December to say, what if there are delays? Because these are some of the processes, that still need to run. There's an estimation of time from our side that it would take so long, but what if there are delays in the process? And at that meeting of the BAC, it was mentioned that we cannot give a resolution on an appointment without a value. So let's put forward the value that we have, and as and when the whole process is concluded, we will then come back to the BAC if the final cost then exceeds what is on the appointment. Chair, we can go back to those recordings, and because those were the discussions that were there. We are now at that point, Chair, where we are coming back and saying, in as much as we came on the 9th of December, estimated a time frame, that time frame could not be met for various reasons. Some of those reasons, Chair, include that after we got appointment of the contractor, we still need to deal with some legal issues because this equipment is also was subject to liquidation processes of the original contractor. Our legal colleagues can attest to that. So there's a certain number of things we needed to deal with before we actually got hold of this equipment. But within the shortest period of time, we managed to get the equipment. We had estimated a period of about 6 weeks to get the equipment after appointment, and we have managed to do that. In order to be able to pay and stop the daily rates, and that we managed to achieve. That's 6 weeks. But the issue is that when the process started, there was a delay in terms of when the process started. So from the department side, Chair, we pushed, we did what we needed to do within the timeframes that we anticipated that the whole process would take. And that is where we are on this thing, Chair. It is the same, Chair, as there are contracts with daily rates, and this is what we're dealing with here. But now, at the time when we had to appoint, we needed to put down a figure. That's what the BAC agreed on. That we have to put down a figure. There were deliberations on how to word that actual clause in the resolution to say how do we deal with this issue of this uncertainty that might arise as a result of a possible delay. And the agreement at the end of it all of the BAC committee, they revised this and said this is the resolution going forward. But should we be in the situation we're in now, then we must come back to the BAC and present that this is the final invoice, this is the final cost, and then for the BAC to consider. Sure.
Committee questions, comments?
I think through you, Chair, I mean, and I think perhaps supply chain would assist in this respect because there was, I can't remember who was the member who was part of our deliberation at the last time or the last PAC meeting who vented some issues around us starting to question the comments from legal and I think rather from supply chain, but I think that was not the point that we were venting out. We were raising issues as per the submission by the department at that point, and also taking into account the urgency and the significance of this presser. And I see in the report now the press has been delivered. And the point that the department made at that point, which I still want confirmation, Chair, that is that they were still within the VO parameters in terms of the amount of money that they are adding to the original invoice amount. So I need confirmation in that respect so that we don't find ourselves going beyond the parameters that the VO allows for in situations of this nature. So if we can just get that confirmation, Chair. So that's the first observation. The second observation, Chair, I'm just disappointed with the department because they know how we really capture our further reports. I mean, they're supposed to be quite elucidative in terms of the discussion that took place. And I can see, I mean, they've attempted to do that in the report just to denote what transpired in this case going forward. But ordinarily, they were supposed to go into the details that Dumisani just vented now as part of this report, because it would enrich us moving forward, just to really come up with a meaningful decision. So they were short of just documenting this information as part of this further report, for our consideration. Now they're just giving to us as a part of a narrative moving forward, Chair, which is essentially an issue. But I'm not suggesting that, Chair, that there's no urgency on this matter. So I want to get confirmation from a VO perspective. I was still within the parameters of the VO as suggested by the department, or we want beyond what the VO provide for going forward, Chair. So if that can be confirmed, it will assist us, Chair, and maybe someone from CM must be able to guide in that respect, Chair, so that we know precisely what we are taking forward to the city manager for consideration, Chair, given the fact that the press is already with us, Chair. Thank you very kind.
I think what we also do need supply chain to indicate in the comments, because the comments says supply chain's view does not support the recommendation. Therefore, supply chain's view the cost as fruitless in terms of section whatever in relation to National Treasury Circular 68. So we need to understand which part of the circular has been it's fruitless or irregular. But then also the thing is that Dumisani had a lengthy discussion with the DH, so I don't know what happened in those discussions.
Yeah.
Justice. Oh, okay, I don't know who's first. Dumisani and Justice.
Chair, if I may, just to deal with the questions raised by Member Shinange, especially on the issue of variation of contracts. I think that's dealt with by regulation 62 of the MFMA from National Treasury. Chair, this additional cost over and above the initial appointment is equates to 9%. The circular stipulates a threshold of 15%. So we are still well within that threshold, actually. Thank you very much. And that circular forms part of our supply chain management policy. That is also being referred to here, Chair, in terms of those thresholds. Thank you, Chair.
Did you respond? What was the conclusion between your meeting with DH regarding the additional cost?
Chair, I think Justice wanted to say something. Maybe let me come in after Justice. And then because basically it would have been the discussion, the feedback that I've given. Thank you.
Through you, Chair.
Yes.
We picked up the issue on Monday in the absence of the DH. I referred the matter back to Kwete. He did look at the issue. In fact, this latest further report, it's in line with the latest discussion between my colleagues and the department. I think the only tricky issue here is the updated report wasn't brought back to us to give the updated comment. Checking with them now, they were still waiting for the report to come back to them to update their comments in relation to the further report. I think I know that the department are chasing time, but it might be prudent to refer it back to us so that we give the updated comments and then we can finalize it like that once they've given their comments. Back to you, Chair.
Department, why didn't you go to SCM to get comments?
Chair, thanks. Chair, maybe let's assist each other. So there was a discussion. We only got the BC resolution. Yeah, there was a bit of a delay, but the fact of the matter is that we sat with our SEM colleagues and they are in position of the original report. We had a discussion and we got the understanding. So I don't actually see the relevance of submitting. If maybe we never had a discussion with them, I would understand that I need a report, Stevens, in order for me to go through and understand so that I can change my comments, which is not the case here. The cases we sat with them. They were with us at BAC. They understand the matter. They've got a copy of the report. And we got an understanding. That is why they said, okay, let's go back to BAC. So I'm really surprised that we were expected to submit a report because that meeting was the meeting to discuss what should have been in the report for them to study. So we sat with the colleagues, they understood, they've got the report. All is required is for our colleagues to just update the report because they are agreeing with us. Then this matter can be concluded, Chair.
I don't know if it will help. I don't think it would really help us to go around it. The point is, it's best to comment on a written report because then you're commenting on specific issues. I think a reasonable way forward would be to do that, colleagues, to avoid unnecessary delays. I've just checked with the team, and that's what they are indicating.
If I may, Chair, I think if SCM wants us to submit the report, but remember, Chair, the facts in the report do not change of the initial report. The content is exactly the same. The facts remain the same. Yeah, if that's the route we need to take, but nothing changes, Chair, in terms of the report and what is in the report. Thanks, Chair.
Can we approve subject to SCM submission of latest, let's say latest SCM comments. Leon?
Perfect.
Leon? I'm not talking to you, Steve.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. The reception is not so good. I just want to make a suggestion, and this is regarding to anyone that give a comment to the report, and that includes us as well. Like when SCM doesn't support a recommendation, they must actually tell them from their view what should be done. It's easy to give negative reports and give negative comments, but you must be able to give a solution. It's critical. Stops. Now you give a negative comment, it stops the whole project. On the end, you're going to pay for it. It's not going to make a difference on whether you're going to pay or not. But we are now trying to sort out comments. Now, my proposal is that anyone that makes a comment, but that's only a recommendation to BAC, that you refer back to anyone with a negative comment, say, okay, what you say it's negative, you don't support it, but how should it be done to be corrective? We always have to go back to the department to get another answer. And that would, I think it will make the process just much easier. Thank you.
Yeah, but Leon, on this particular case, the department, when you submit reports to BAC, you submit reports, it doesn't matter whether it's federal report or it's whatever the report, you submit reports with comments from legal as well as finance and SCM. So the department did not go, they copy and pasted a different previous comments into this report. And this is a new report. But anyway, colleagues, Gerald, what is your view?
I'm talking.
No, I just wanted to map the way forward so that we minimize this to and fro. I think your resolution, it's progressive pending. We pending the comments from SCM. But I think I want to underscore the point that this department is not for the first time they bring reports of this nature. And Justice makes a very fundamental point that comments must be in writing, so we can't have a group head from a crucial department wanting to really act as if they don't understand what is contained in the further report, so we're doing it on the basis that Leon makes a point that ultimately we'll need to pay this cost going forward, but ordinarily all further reports must have comments, and specifically when it was resolved as such. So I want to support your recommendation that subject to comments from supply chain, we proceed with the report, because I don't want to be confronted with this report again. We're going to be thinking pressers and we're going to be calling each other pressers because it's coming for the third or so time, so we just have to move going forward, Chair. So I just wanted to support your earlier recommendation that you made, and also noting what Leon is raising, which I think that's the tradition within the supply chain management in a unit, that they do give comments. In some instances, of course, they do guide the departments, but we must make it a norm that they should guide departments just to ensure that where there's a remedial action that is required to be embarked upon by a department, they document it like you do in the finance space, Chair. So, and unfortunately, you are the acting chief in this respect, Chair. You will assist your sister division in this respect, Chair. So I wanted to support your recommendation, Chair. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, I have to join the other meeting. It's already started. Can I then, as amended, colleagues, can we then appoint Justice then to continue with the meeting? BAC.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I need to be excused as well, Justice. I don't know whether you're going to be making a quorum, but I need to be excused. I've got another important discussion as well.
Noted, Secretary, please let's reconfirm if we have a quorum.
Yes,
With the
we
chair,
do.
we still do.
Yes, we do.
You sure?
Just to make a point, when I finish early, I'll rejoin members. Thank you very much.
Are you sure, member?
Yeah, well, you're asking me a difficult question.
That's a valid no, no. Goodbye, member.
See, who's supposed to be my bestest.
Disappearing.
Gerald Oscar la thusa sweet man.
O tshwanetse re sweet ke a botla wa tseba. Is Nonna Motseo still here? It's too quiet today.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just busy with several things. I might have to excuse myself as well. Simon is just here in front of me. Yeah, chaos. I don't know what to do anymore now.
So are you leaving now? It means we don't have a quorum.
No, what I can do, Chair, I'll have to maybe send the link on my phone, and then I'll see what I can do so that you can proceed and we form a quorum. I'm trying to assist.
Members? Malaka? Your thoughts?
No, Chair. I hear the empathetic approach here, Meminki there. And maybe, I don't know, from her side, because it's important that we get undivided attention on these matters, because some other day we'll be questioned on the decisions that we took. So we'll need collective minds to remind each other on certain decisions and certain approaches. So yeah, I think she's under pressure perhaps. And maybe we just need to check what is there for agent while she's still on the line. We can just deal with them. Thanks.
Department, is there anything expiring by Saturday, Sunday? I can't remember any off my head. COO, I think it's safe to agenda, and then we would rather look for a special day to deal with the additional items or the outstanding items. I don't think it's fair for Member Motseo to take that approach. It's not safe.
Yeah. No, it's fine. I suppose the situation now prescribes what needs to happen. If she's not available and we're not cooperating, all we can do is adjourn. And as you have confirmed, it looks like there isn't anything expiring over the weekend that might put us in serious trouble.
Yeah, I can't remember anything from the agenda. Colleagues, is this silence confirming that there's nothing critical that's going to die over the weekend, right? Yeah, okay.
You can start saying going once until thrice, then it's gone.
I know they are attentive. Even the BEC chairpersons are attentive. So I think it's fine. Let's rather, I think, on the group, see if we can get a special day to just try and finish off the agenda. For now, rather, let's adjourn the meeting because remember,
remembering that next week it's a short week, eh?
I know. We really have to try and find Monday, Tuesday, somewhere maybe. Well, Tuesday, Monday, there's a MECO, I think, already.
And Wednesday, there's an ESCO already.
Yeah. I think with all the troubles, let's see what is possible. Maybe in the group, we can find 2 hours or 3 hours to just come back and push maybe. Is the MECO still on tomorrow?
Yeah, there's MECO tomorrow and Monday.
Yeah, no. I think let's adjourn. We'll discuss in the group and see how we can improvise.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay, members. Meeting is adjourned. Go.
Thank you.
Thank you.